Good morning. I am David Borton, and I am from the Commission's Office of Energy Policy and Innovation. We're happy to welcome you to this one-day staff-led technical conference to discuss the Commission's recent Advance Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, ANOPR, with a particular focus on potential reforms to regional transmission planning processes. Before we begin with remarks, I will outline some logistics for the conference. We will have one panel this morning, followed by a lunch break, and two panels in the afternoon. We will also have a brief break in between the afternoon panels. The conference is being webcast and transcribed. However, the conference is not being recorded for future viewing. I would also like to remind all participants to refrain from any discussions of pending contested proceedings. If anyone engages in these kinds of discussions, my colleagues Patrick Metz and Louis Taylor from the Commission's Office of General Counsel will interrupt the discussion to ask the speaker to avoid that topic. With those initial matters out of the way, I will now turn it over to Chairman Glick to make his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Dave. And I want to thank you and the rest of the team for putting together, I think, a stellar group of panelists and panels for today's discussion. We at FERC are in the middle of dealing with a lot of very important issues and issues that get a lot of attention. But I don't think any issue is getting more attention than the issue of transmission reform and reforming our regulations regarding the transmission grid. I think people recognize that there's a lot to be done in terms of building out the transmission grid to deal with the current transformation that's underway in the electric sector, whether it be to access remotely located renewable resources, whether it be to deal with resilience and reliability issues brought about by extreme weather or the changing mix in the generation, the changing generation mix, electric generation mix, or whether it be for other reasons, such as reducing congestion to enable consumers to get a lower cost power. I think there's a lot of focus right now, as I mentioned earlier, on the transmission grid and reforming our regulations regarding transmission in general. As everyone knows, we kicked off this docket several months ago with an advance notice of proposed rulemaking, which we asked a lot of questions. A number of questions are related to the subject of today's technical conference, which is transmission planning. And I think it's pretty clear from the vast majority of the comments that I think people believe that we need to make significant changes, significant improvements to our transmission planning process, in particular so that it's more anticipatory, that we have a transmission planning process that takes into account the types of generation that's going to be needed in the future, whether it be because of state or federal policies, or whether it be because of state goals or corporate goals or just consumer demand. And we have this general sense what kind of electric generation mix we're going to have in the future. But it's not entirely clear that our transmission planning process always adequately addresses that. So that's something I think I'm very interested in hearing about today. And I think I'm going to be looking at several issues that I want to hear discussed today. One of which is what role in the transmission planning process should those state and federal policies or corporate goals or state goals for that matter, what role should those goals play in terms of how we plan for the transmission grid, how we see the electric generation mix changing and where the electric generation is going to be located. Those are the type of issues I think is important. Secondly, I think we need to figure out whether we need to continue with a more siloed approach that we have today, which we consider different needs associated with the existing transmission grid and different, whether it be more focused on kind of the immediate needs of consumers, or do we look beyond that and take a more holistic approach? And I think that's something I want to hear the panelists talk about as well today. And then finally, I think it's important, from my perspective at least, to hear about whether people think we need to have prescriptive standards included in our reforms with regard to transmission planning, or whether we should allow for the maximum degree of flexibility. So I very much look forward to the panel discussion today. I want to again thank very much the panelists for making themselves available for the discussion. I want to specifically call out two panelists today, one of which is former Commissioner Phil Moeller, who I know when he was here at FERC was spent a lot of time on transmission issues. It's kind of like the transmission commissioner. And I always look forward to his advice and his sage opinions about some of these particular issues. And then secondly, on the third panel, Judge Judy Yagman, who's the chair of the Virginia State Corporation Commission, but also the incoming the incoming president of NARUC. And she participated, or she attended last week's first initial discussion between the states and the federal and the state commissions and FERC in terms of some of the transmission planning issues. We had a very good discussion. I think I learned a lot. I think hopefully others did as well. And I think hopefully it will lead to some of our thinking in this docket as we move forward. With that, I want to thank you again for participating today and look forward to the discussion. Unfortunately, I'm going to be out for some of this afternoon, but I'll sit in as much as I can, but I will certainly be here all this morning. So thank you very much. Oh, and with that, I forgot I need to move on to my fellow commissioners, and I'll start with Commissioner Danley, if Commissioner Danley's around for comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All I have to say is thank you very much to all the panelists. I look forward to the discussion, and I too will be coming in and out, but attending as much of this as possible. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Danley. Commissioner Clements.
Thanks, Chairman Glick, and good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you. Thank you to Liz Salerno and the staff team who've put together this really strong set of experts for us to learn from today. I think the chairman described the urgency and the need and the reason we're all here, which was reflected throughout all of these really strong ANOPR comments that we received and are all very appreciative of. So thanks for the work on that. If that is the need, if the record is right, which I believe it to be, I don't see a way forward on cost effectively facilitating an reliable electric system without smarter planning, without a planning process that expressly considers the system of the future across a longer time horizon. And of course, today's discussion of the nuts and bolts of how planning can be improved is critical. At last week's Transmission Task Force meeting, I asked our state colleagues there where the balance lies between respecting regional differences and providing clarity on the path forward. And I'm not sure those are at two ends of the same spectrum. Both need to exist together. And there is an important need to factor in flexibility for regional differences. There is some subset of recommendations that are likely to work across all of the regions in which FERC shares regulatory authority. And so I'm looking forward, whether that be on the regional front or the interregional front. So I'm looking forward to panelists' perspectives on that distinction and which things we just know we need to get done across the country. I'm also interested in the next level of specificity about the interaction between the different panel topics. So we're talking about inputs into planning processes and then the types of scenario planning we might do, and then the set of geographic zones. How do those work together? So if you don't have to wait till that panel, if you have a perspective to share on how they interact with each other. So with that, thanks again, and I'm looking forward to today's conversation. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Clements. Commissioner Christie?
Okay.
Christie, are you there?
I know. I had to click. Okay. So I think I got it. First of all, I want to thank everybody who submitted comments in response to the ANOPR. The ANOPR had more questions than a deposition in a very complex civil case. So there were plenty of questions there to address, and we can't possibly, obviously, in one technical conference address all those many, many questions. So thank you all so much for all the comment. We got a lot of comments coming in, and I really appreciate that. And I want to also thank Chairman Glick for setting up that joint task force with NARUC on transmission, which met last week in Louisville. That was really great. I'd say let's do it again. And so there's a ton of issues teed up in the ANOPR. Let me just mention a couple. When we voted to issue the ANOPR last summer, I said there were some good proposals teed up in there. There were some potentially good proposals, depending on the details. There were some that were not ready for prime time and never would be. So let me highlight a proposal teed up that I think is one where we can get something constructive accomplished. And I'd like to ask people to comment today if you have things you'd like to say on it. I think it's fair to say that everyone acknowledges that we have some serious problems with generator interconnection. processes known colloquially as the queues, especially in some of the large multi-state RTOs. We've heard continually about delays in studies and long wait times that are keeping ready projects from being built. And in recent years, the RTOs have been inundated with applications for interconnection. Many of these applications are not ready, they're speculative and not ready to go. So to a large extent, blaming the RTOs for the queue delays is like blaming the street for being wet after it rains. But there's general support to address this problem. And many commentators in this docket have some really good ideas. I would strongly recommend you take a look at the NARU comment. Has some very specific proposals for queue reform. And then there's a lot going on to take care of, to address this problem outside of this process. North Carolina and South Carolina, both non-RTO states, did queue reform earlier this year, and we approved it. And those are detailed in the North Carolina Utility Commission comment in this docket. And in the RTOs, both SPP and PJM are also working on queue reform. So what I'd like to ask people today, if you have something you want to add on this, since in this tech conference, is how do we move forward on this while not getting in the way of reforms that are already being done? I'd like to move forward on it, but we don't want to get in the way of efforts that are already underway. One of the RTOs asked us to pause this proceeding while we let them finish their reform efforts. So if you have comments on that, if you have a comment on how we should move forward on queue reform, interconnection reform, while not getting in the way of efforts that are underway. I know PJM, SPP have already got efforts underway. That would be really great. And it tells with what the chairman said at the beginning is maybe we need to have broad, just address issues broadly in the ANOPR or the NOPR and leave room for regional flexibility. So I'd love to hear from people today on that issue. If you have something to add on that, is how do we move forward on something as important as interconnection reform while not getting in the way of what's already going on in the non-RTO states as well as in the RTOs. And of course, there's many, many, many other issues, and an ANOPR as voluminous as this one. We can't possibly get into all that today, but if you have other issues you want to talk about today, this is your opportunity. It's nice. So I'd love to hear from you. And with that, thank you, and back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Christie. Now, Dave, I'll turn it back to you to get us started.
Thank you, Chairman Glick. We're ready to start the Panel 1 discussion, and I welcome the lead moderator for Panel 1, my colleague Dave Tabenkin.
Thank you for that introduction, Dave. My name is Dave Tabenkin with the Office of Energy Policy and Innovation, and I will moderate this first panel along with Lena Nyack, who's with the Commission's Office of General Counsel, and Tan Long, who is with the Commission's Office of Electric Reliability. The first panel today is entitled Factors to Consider in Long-Term Future Scenarios. We will not have opening statements from our panelists for this panel or the other panels. We'll instead begin this panel by asking each panelist to respond to an initial agenda question. After all the panelists have responded, we will proceed through the panel discussion. During the discussion session, if the chairman or a commissioner would like to follow up on a panelist response, they can use the WebEx raise hand function or unmute and interject. And I'll mention that may be necessary because I cannot see all the speakers in the boxes of WebEx, so it might be necessary for someone to go ahead and do that, or for a panelist when we get into the actually panel discussion. We'll also have some time for questions from the chairman and commissioners at the end of the panel. Following this panel, we will take a lunch break. As we begin with our initial questions, we remind all participants to refrain from any discussion of pending contested matters. If anyone engages in these kinds of discussions, a FERC staff member will interrupt the discussion and ask the speaker to avoid that topic. So with no further ado, I'd like to introduce our panelists. First panelist is Zachary Smith, Vice President, System and Resource Planning, New York Independent System Operator. Next, Robert Either, Vice President of System Planning, ISO New England. Philip Moeller, Executive Vice President, Business Operations Group and Regulatory Affairs, Edison Electric Institute. David Patton, President, Potomac Economics. Robert Gramlich, President, Grid Strategies, LLC. Lauren Azar, Owner and Advisor, Azar Law, LLC. Michelle Maneri, Acting Deputy Assistant Secretary, Electric Delivery, United States Department of Energy. Eric Heinley, Assistant People's Counsel, Office of the People's Counsel for the District of Columbia. And finally, Nelson Peeler, Senior Vice President of Transmission and Fuel Strategy and Policy for Duke Energy. So I'll now begin with our first question for the panel. It will largely conform to the agenda that has been distributed already. And so panelists, the first question really is, what are the key factors shaping the future generation mix that public utility transmission providers should consider to ensure that scenarios incorporate sufficiently long-term and reasonable forecasts that account for transmission needs of anticipated future generation? Second part of the question is, which factors influencing changes to system load should public utility transmission providers be required to consider when incorporating sufficiently long-term and reasonable forecasts into these scenarios? And the final part of the question is the three-part question is, do current regional transmission planning processes sufficiently examine these factors? And it's a mouthful, and I'll just mention that really the three parts are, what are the factors that should be considered? Then should the commission require certain factors to be considered? And then are current regional transmission planning processes examining those factors? So with that, Mr. Smith, do you want to kick it off and give your opinion?
I'd be happy to. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and very happy to be invited to this and appreciate the opportunity to provide comments. Yeah, thank you, Dave. Great way to kick off the panel. I mean, there are major factors that are driving planning for all of us across the nation right now. And I can say specifically for New York, there are many factors that we have to deal with. And those factors I would view on different levels. In other words, you have climate change impacts themselves that are affecting our planning. And then governments and policymakers are forming policies to address that climate change and to address other issues. And because of those things, then there are policies and regulations being written that affect the generation mix, the load, and then, of course, the changes in technologies that come along with that. All of those, I think, are factors that we need to be considering in planning. So to speak a little bit about that, I'm talking about extreme weather events, heat waves, cold snaps, those types of things that can affect the behavior of load, the behavior of demand on an hourly basis or on a seasonal basis, and that will greatly affect how we plan the system. Those kind of events can also affect the performance of generation, and so we have to take those kind of things into consideration to properly plan the system. Then what governments and policymakers are doing in order to address these issues, they're forming policies. Here in New York, we have what you might hear me say on occasion, 70 by 30 and 100 by 40, 70% renewables by 2030, 100% emission free by 2040. That type of policy really drives significant change in our resource mix and really drives significant challenges in planning the grid. So as we shift to renewable resources, inherently it's going to cause a shift away from the existing resource mix that we have on the generation side, and that inherently will present challenges. As we lose some of the conventional generation, there are certain attributes that generation provides to the system to maintain reliability. It's not solely a matter of accounting for the megawatts and where is a megawatt coming from to provide renewable or emission-free power to consumers. It also has to do with how do you keep the lights on? How do you keep this big machine called the Eastern Interconnection, for New York at least? How do you keep that machine running? And then it can get very complicated very quickly as you lose some conventional generation. So that's really important. So all of these factors, and then, looking on the load side, you have electric vehicles, you have heating, you have all of those factors that you have to consider of how the behavior of the demand side is going to change. And in turn, what will that mean in terms of the behavior of the electric grid? So how is that being handled today, and how could it be handled in the future? Here in New York, I'll speak for us. We are very proud of our public policy transmission planning process. We've had great success over the last few years. getting projects done there, but there's a lot more still to do. And within that process, it relies on a very specific public policy being identified as the driver for that transmission. And as I'm sure you'll hear me say numerous times during this panel, I totally agree with the premise that we need scenario planning. It needs to go beyond just the public policy process and identifying a very specific public policy to drive that. In New York, our reliability and economic planning processes do not necessarily take into consideration some of those future conditions. And I think it's going to be critically important, especially for reliability, that we shift towards more scenario planning, shift away from this idea that we can somehow come up with a perfect base case, a perfect set of forecasts that we plan to. None of us are that good. We need to look at scenarios. We need to think about what the future could look like in various ways and to be planning for that. So we're very happy with our public policy process. Our reliability and economic planning processes are definitely poised for some improvements. I'll leave my comments at that for now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And next, perhaps we'll turn to Dr. Ethier.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. I thank the Commission for putting together this important technical conference. The New England states have very ambitious clean energy goals, and they are, those goals are really shaping our generation mix coming forward. So New England is really right in the middle of figuring out how to plan for the future, when the resource mix is not driven by economic decisions by independent actors, but rather it's largely shaped by the goals of the region. And we are working together with the states to figure out how to go forward and make those decisions and improve our planning processes to reflect these new realities. To date, the primary vehicle for building transmission infrastructure in New England has been the regional system planning process, and that process has worked well. Over the past 2 decades, we've invested about $12 billion in reliability-based transmission projects across 6 states. But we recognize that we need to move beyond this reliability-based transmission expansion. That sort of approach is not going to meet the needs of the future and the dramatic goals that the states have set for themselves. As evidence of this, currently our interconnection queue is about 30,000 megawatts, and of that 30,000 megawatts, about 20,000 megawatts is proposed wind resources, which are mostly offshore resources. So dramatically different from where we have been in terms of the new resources that we expect to see on the system. Over the last 15 years or so, it's been primarily natural gas in New England, as it has been elsewhere. But we are really seeing a change in the resource mix, and we need to adjust our planning process and also sort of what's motivating those resources to enter the market. And we need to change our planning process to reflect that. We have done some studies that look at the future grid and specifically about the interconnection of wind. They show that we can connect the first 6,000 to 8,000 megawatts of wind in a relatively low cost way. That's not to say it's going to be zero cost, because often the interconnections are quite expensive, but our current transmission system will accommodate approximately 6,000 to 8,000 megawatts without major additions. Going forward, we do think that longer term planning is needed, and we've actually already started that process. So we have begun what we're calling the 2050 study, which was prompted, at least in part, by a request from the states that we take a longer look at the transmission system and all of the new state expectations that are going to be coming forward over the next several decades, and look at what we would need to build out in order to accommodate those. We are just about to introduce that study to stakeholders as part of the planning process, and expect to have extensive discussions with stakeholders over the next couple months as we explain what we think the inputs are going to look like and so forth, and hope to have results by as soon as the springtime. In addition to that, currently we are bringing through the stakeholder process tariff changes that would enshrine this sort of study in our tariff, so that on a regular basis we would be doing these 30-year out studies looking to accommodate future policy, requirements and needs and future trends that we see. Getting to the specific questions that the Commission is asking us right now, the factors that we should consider are clearly what the forecasts and our 10-year horizon currently consider, which are resource retirements and resource additions. The addition is really going to be that we want to look at additions that are farther in the future, and those are going to be driven more by state policies than they are by the things in our interconnection queue. Our interconnection queue typically wouldn't go out beyond the 10-year timeframe. So we're going to have to look more at state policies and factor those into our forecast process. And the other thing we need to do is current forecasts that we roll into our 10-year reliability studies, we're going to need to extend those out for 30 years. Those include energy efficiency, which is important in the New England region and is largely supported by state programs. PV installations, particularly behind the meter, air source heat pump installations, which are growing, and also electric vehicle penetration. So the ISO currently has all four of those rolled into its current forecasts that are used for things like the forward capacity market and 10-year transmission planning. We need to extend those for 30 years, and that's part of what we're going to be doing for our 2050 study. As far as what should be required, in my view, the Commission should not require any particular forecast methodology. Rather, the Commission should provide more general guidelines and expectations of doing longer term forecasting. And then each region should utilize the most appropriate tools and the most appropriate sort of set of inputs based on what's going on in that region. I think regional variation is very important. In New England, we have a very active set of state policies, and our transmission planning will reflect those. That may not be true in every region. And then finally, does your current process include all these sufficiently? And the answer is no in New England. As I mentioned, we currently have a tariff change underway that's going to enshrine this longer term planning into our tariff. That's clearly necessary. We actually have a phase 2 of that planned as well. That's going to look at how we go about taking the results that we get out of our 2050 study and then turn that into real projects. And the short answer is there's going to require a lot of participation by the states and a lot of decision making by the states, and it's also going to require that we develop cost allocation for these longer term needs and these projects that are based on longer term expectations. So that's going to be, of course, a bit of a heavy lift, the second phase, but we do believe it's essential if we're going to actually prepare the grid for the future. So with that, I'll turn it back to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Moeller.
Well, thank you, Dave, and thank you, commissioners and staff, for putting this conference together and inviting EEI to be a participant. Thank you also for putting out the ANOPR to facilitate this discussion. And as part of that, our meeting in Louisville last Wednesday was, I thought, very productive as well. I think most people know EEI is the trade association for the investor-owned energy companies in the country, serving in all 50 states. Our members support scenario planning, long-term horizon planning, keeping in mind that we have resource-rich areas that should be accessed. Reliability has to be paramount in that planning, and diversity of regional resources is important as well. One thing I believe that came out of our Wednesday conference, a number of things, but one of the primary takeaways, and I think Liz summarized it well at the end, is that there are distinct regional differences. I think you could, if you were there or if you were watching it, you could see the state commissioners learning from each other about the challenges that were somewhat unique to each individual region. We're going to need a transmission system that is more adaptive, hardened, resilient, adaptation, hardening, resilience, given that we've seen a lot more extreme weather recently, and we should anticipate that that will be the case. Redundancy in the transmission system helps maintain reliability, or at least restore service in a faster way, and it should be something that, again, is considered. But as the Commission determines where to go with the ANOPR, and we think that the factors that were outlined are quite appropriate, the regional differences are going to be extremely important, and hence, similar to what Dr. Ethier said, mandates are not something we prefer or support, but rather commission guidance as to the regions we think would be the most productive. I also have to keep in mind that longer term horizon planning also entails more risks the farther you go out. And so if projects are approved by the commission, there shouldn't be any second guessing or penalizing either the developers or the providers, given that extra risk of a longer term planning scenario. I have a lot more comments about regional planning when appropriate, especially with a focus on what Mid-Continent ISO did with the MVP process. With that, Dave, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Patton?
Well, good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all. And I think maybe I might, my comments might sound a little bit different than most of the other panelists. And I think I want to introduce my comments by saying, firstly, that we have been a huge advocate for improving the operation and the planning and the of the transmission system. We've been extremely impressed with the Commission's actions on things like ambient adjusted ratings, grid enhancing technologies. We think making full utilization of the transmission system is incredibly important, both from reliability and economic standpoint. And we think the questions that the Commission is asking in the ANOPR are incredibly important questions. I think, though, that I think it's important to recognize a few things as we engage some of these topics at a high level. Firstly, we talk a lot about transmission needs, and I think it's valuable to sometimes not think of it as a need, but an optimization problem. So the fact that intermittent site and that congestion arises doesn't indicate that there's a problem. That it indicates that there's an economic cost associated with accessing the intermittents. And what we're seeing in MISO is we're probably this year going to have over $2 billion of congestion. Something like 40% of it is going to be driven by wind that's sited in the northwest part of the footprint. Now, the fact that we have a lot of congestion doesn't mean that somehow we're failing or that the system is unreliable. It means that there's economic costs and there's opportunities to invest in planning the system to mitigate that congestion, and more importantly, operating the system more efficiently to be able to access that transmission. My concern with thinking of the transmission as a need is that we sometimes can tend to get ourselves into a scenario where if we're looking very, very far out and we have an objective of eliminating the potential for congestion in the future, then I think the risk is huge that Commissioner Moeller was talking about, that we can end up investing a tremendous amount of money in projects that turn out to not have a lot of value. So when I look at the future, when you get beyond 10, 15, 20 years, the uncertainty is enormous. Both the uncertainty just in terms of the characteristics of the technologies that are going to be entering, whether we're seeing the entry of hybrid resources, for example, versus conventional wind resources, completely changes the flows that you would expect to see in the future. In MISO, if you look at their future scenarios, the differences between their various futures in terms of how much solar, how much wind, and how many other technologies are going to be entering is enormous. I think things like grid enhancing technologies, it's really hard to predict what grid enhancing technologies are going to be on the system 20 years from now that could completely change where the investments would be the most valuable. So I I have no quarrel with the amount that we're talking about investing in upgrading the transmission system, but I think locking in those investments by looking 30 years out, for example, the payoff of those investments is going to be far less than taking a more measured approach and making decisions based on the emerging congestion trends that you're seeing in the closer in timeframes. And when you do look out further, weighting the benefits that are closer in much heavier than the benefits that are 20, 30 years out, where in those timeframes, your assumptions about things like future investment and retirement trends that go way beyond announced retirements become critical. It can be the difference between a transmission project being almost worthless or being absolutely critical. So I think it's very difficult to do this well when you look in the very long term. So I would just I don't have the answers, but I would say taking a very measured approach in terms of how far out we look, how much uncertainty we're willing to accept when spending, 5, 10, 15, $20 billion on new transmission assets is very important.
Thank you. Mr. Gramlich?
Thank you, Dave. Thank you to the Commission for organizing this event. I really especially appreciate the focus on transmission planning first and foremost. It seems to me everything in the power sector relies on a well-done transmission plan, whether it's markets, local market power, competition in the generation sector, interconnection queues, all of that relies on planning being done well from the start. And we're at a big change here. 10 years after Order 1000, the resource mix is demonstrably changing fast, with or without state policies, but certainly there are some well-known factors like state policies that are changing the resource mix. And if we don't plan for it, there are major costs to consumers from that. Our paper that we put out with Brattle recently, Brattle and Grid Strategies, found often twice as expensive for consumers if we don't plan and continue doing the reactive incremental approach. And that's because of some physical factors about the economies of scale in transmission. If you do it at the right voltage level, usually a higher voltage level for known future needs, you get a much lower cost ultimately for consumers. I like the framework in the recent MISO MVP paper. Phil Moeller may talk about that, but least cost of delivered energy. So we should be looking at the electricity system, including generation and transmission, not just nickel and diming transmission. What consumers care about is the overall delivered cost of the whole portfolio. So we need to plan for that future resource mix. Recognizing that some things are known pretty certainly, other things are not. So we're going to get to judgment later in the process for how states and load serving entities plug into the process. But for example, renewable resource areas will be there for your great grandkids. That's pretty well known. And if state policy goals are in law, that's pretty well known as well. And so matching those two, those resource areas with those state policies, is a pretty big opportunity without that much risk. I agree with over 100 commenters in this proceeding, including 30 consumer organizations, generally in favor of proactive transmission planning. So that's the basic point. We do need to proactively plan for the future resource mix. I think almost all parties agree with that. The question then is how. I appreciate the focus here on how to do that. I also agree with, I think it was Chair French at the last week's Joint Federal State Task Force, who said, all we're doing here is estimating the future demand for transmission, which is natural. That's what you would expect the transmission regulator to do. This is standard public utility regulation. Let's estimate the future demand for this sector based on the best available information. So I think we're going to talk about, all right, what is that best available information? How do you know what the retirements are? How do you know how much of the renewables are going to be in-state versus out-of-state versus offshore, et cetera. All those things need to be figured out. States and load-serving entities need to plug into that because they have good information about it. The RTOs themselves and the planning authorities in all regions of the country need to be actively involved as well to assemble that portfolio. I think we'll hear from transmission planners today that they know how to do this, but what they don't usually feel comfortable with is making just their decision on what the future resource mix and where it will be. So again, it gets back to let's figure out how do we determine that future resource mix, how many resources and where. And that's certainly a process challenge, but I think the industry can do it. I think FERC can require it, and RTOs and planning authorities can be right in the middle trying to assemble all that information. So why don't I stop there for now and look forward to the next questions.
Thank you. Ms. Azar?
Good morning. Maneri, is that who you were talking about?
Yeah, we were directing the question to you for the first panel question.
I want to make sure I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. So a lot of good comments with my colleagues sitting here, and I'm not going to kind of repeat some of them, but I think the one thing, and you kind of heard this, in scenario planning, which is a must for kind of going forward because the world is changing so much. We haven't heard a lot about when what happens when you bring together other regions. How do you do interregional planning? And I think that's one of the things that we're missing. That kind of missing gap is FERC providing that kind of template on how you plan interregionally. I know we've done it before, and I know there is some, but I think there needs to be something like scenarios, and these are the scenarios, and these are that how you approach the inputs to these scenarios. It's that common language, so then that the regions can come together and look at things in a common platform. As we all know, assumptions drive everything. And so it's hard when one region is talking, assuming load is going one way and another because regions are different. I will echo that loudly with my colleagues, but I think one of the things that we're looking at is FERC being able to provide either common scenarios or common approaches. They can either provide them or have another agency provide them, but have some sort of organization be able to provide those scenarios that regions can use and then compare against each other. Because one of the things that I'm going to echo some of my previous colleagues here is generation is not necessarily going to be close to load anymore. And especially when you're dealing with offshore wind or those renewable zones. So we FERC, one of the things that FERC can do is provide that guidance on how to come together and look across regions and how you plan together. And it can be as simple as providing just the scenarios and the approach to them, to also saying, and once you are, this is the approach you need to plan together. So you can do the kind of the gamut there, but I think one of the things that FERC can do, because they are across everybody and they are across all the planning organizations, is to provide that common platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maneri. And I'm going to go back to Ms. Azar. Oops, I think you're muted. Perhaps we can have one of our IT people work with you offline, and we'll come back to you if that's all right, because we're still hearing you muted. Okay, so I'm going to go on to Mr. Heinley.
Good morning. Can you hear me, Dave?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, and thank you to the Commission staff and commissioners for assembling this technical conference and for the invitation to participate, and for ensuring that consumer voices are part of the technical conference. That's always critical. You know, a year ago, I would say that District of Columbia was unique with our ambitious clean energy and decarbonization goals. But if you look at the comments from the ANOPR, you've got over, as Rob alluded to, over 30 different consumer organizations, whether they be consumer advocate organizations, state PUCs, public power agencies, corporate energy buyers, trade associations, all asking for the type of proactive, holistic transmission planning that's envisioned in the ANOPR. And the reason is because the current piecemeal approach doesn't really work. It doesn't meet our future needs. It's going to cost consumers a great deal more. And as all the other great panelists have indicated, this is really because two big drivers affecting our future generation mix and transmission planning needs. First, of course, being resiliency, the ability to withstand the effects of climate change, extreme weather, those types of things, and as well as decarbonization goals, whether they be state or local decarbonization goals, federal decarbonization goals, corporate commitments for zero or low carbon resources. All of those are really affecting the generation mix. And so again, developing a transmission system that incorporates those, as others have said, is critical. Two other things that I do want to point out, sort of in the opening comments that haven't quite been touched on yet. We have sort of this unique moment where we're going to have a great deal of generation that's going to be located quite a distance from load in these renewable energy zones, and I think those are sort of well established and well understood. But we also have a lot more of the rise of what I call consumer-centric generation. So that's demand response, DER, sort of the behind-the-meter generation that's part of the Commission's Order 2222 and other activities. And so we have sort of this unique situation where we have both generation that's coming from a great distance and also generation that's coming quite locally, and sort of integrating those is obviously a key aspect of all this. And the final thing I did want to point out is, as we move forward, we also obviously want to consider the impact on historically disadvantaged communities, making sure that environmental justice and those types of considerations are certainly part of our transmission planning needs. And so again, look forward to the fantastic conversation, and thank you for the invitation to participate.
Great, thank you very much. And I think Ms. Azar is going to try again without Bluetooth. So let's see if it works without Bluetooth. Nope, it's still not working. We're going to continue to work on this, and we are going to, I think, once we figure this out, hopefully come back towards the end of the panel and let her respond to more than one question, wherever we are then, and go back. So my apologies to her for that. And I think the one other person who has not spoken on the first question is now Mr. Peeler. Mr. Peeler, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to be here today and to speak on this topic. I really appreciate the other panelists' perspectives, and I'll try not to duplicate too much, but it's going to be hard not to reiterate some of their good points. I would like to start with really just a statement that the current regional transmission planning process across the country, that they are open, transparent, and coordinated processes that have served us very well. They give us the ability to cost effectively plan our transmission system and give a cost effective service to all of our customers. So I think that's a really important point to start with. Duke Energy does definitely support the Commission's forward-looking approach and efforts to facilitate I'll call it the next generation of cost-effective transmission planning, more forward-looking, more scenario-based, longer range, addressing issues that we haven't had to address in the past, as many of the panelists have already raised. However, the challenge with any long-range, forward-looking approach is managing that uncertainty and differentiating between an aspirational view and projections that can be objectively measured so that we can determine the right solution, the need, and effectively and cost effectiveness for that. Because if we plan for an aspirational goal, we may impact cost effectiveness to all of our customers, which we don't want to do. So I'll just say, without some objective metrics on how to do that, that can be supported by the right stakeholders, we'll continue to struggle to get the infrastructure built that we need to get built. So I would just encourage a look for objective measures, as much as feasible, And I think was mentioned by one of the other panelists, once we choose those forward-looking approaches and forecasts, that we don't go backwards on that after the fact and use an after the fact calculation to determine it was an imprudent approach when we're looking forward. I'll mention a couple of other things. What's impacting planning, key factors, certainly those have all been mentioned. I will say that the changing resource mix, not just from the fact that it's going to be more distributed, but also the characteristics that will be created from that is going to drive us to not only plan differently and forecast differently, but also to potentially consider other types of transmission solutions versus just wires in the future. The need for different planning, it may come to pass in the form that we've talked about with the need for long distance transmission. I would also argue that there's going to be a much bigger need for local transmission. Much of the distributed resources will be local. They will be spread out locally versus a large central generator, but they will present a need for local investment in transmission, as well as the local transmission needs for resiliency and reliability as we see changing weather patterns, changing load patterns, and changing generation mixes. I would encourage that whatever path FERC chooses as far as recommending or implementing common approaches, that they consider regional flexibility. The regions are very different, not just from market standpoints, but from geography, weather patterns, and existing infrastructure. Very important that regional differences, including state policies, be considered and be kept separate from some type of mandate. As far as the kind of the last part of the question around what does the current planning process incorporate all these issues, certainly they don't. There are need for enhancements. I think the most prominent enhancement, I think, is a need for effective scenario planning and how to determine what those scenarios are that should be studied. I don't think it's just necessarily a look at the generator interconnection queue or just a look at the future state policy. It has to be something that can be objectively done and measured so that an effective plan can be created from it. And with that, I'll close my comments on this question. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to try going back to Ms. Czar to see if she has audio. Doesn't look like it, not yet. So we'll continue and we'll try and come back a little later. And so with that, I'm just going to interject a couple housekeeping instructions now. So we're now going to continue the panel discussion with the panel discussion portion, which I'll moderate along with Lena Nyack and Tan Leung. And we might direct some of these questions to one or more panelists whom we think have an opinion on a question, or just to mix up the order sometimes. And if other panelists would like to answer a question, please do use the WebEx raise hand function. Alternatively, if you have an issue with the raise hand function, please turn on your microphone and indicate that you'd like to respond. The moderators will monitor the hand raises and call on the panelists that indicate that they would like to answer in turn. And so at that time, when they so indicate, please turn on your microphone and respond to the question. And when you're finished responding, please turn off your microphone and lower your virtual hand in WebEx. And so with those kind of overarching instructions, oh, and also I'll throw into one last part of it is if a chairman or if the chairman or commissioner would like to follow up on a panelist response, please use the WebEx raise hand function, and we'll also have time for questions from the chairman and the commissioners at the end of the panel. We'll reserve a little time. So with that, I'd like to go back, and part of the value of a panel discussion is having a conversation amongst people. And some of you have done some good questions about kind of responding in part to the comments of your colleagues on your panel. And I just want to ask, is there anything else, particularly those who started early, didn't have the benefit of hearing the others, anything else you want to add to your comments based upon what you heard others say? Yeah, Zach, and I'm going to go by first name. Since everyone responded to me by first name, I'm going to go take the indulge and go by first name. So
Please,
Zach,
by all,
go ahead.
please, by all means, call me Zach. One thing I wanted to add in, and I heard some folks touch on it. I guess two things directly related. One, I think we're going to touch on this shortly. I would guess is the fact that renewable resources, as they get built out to meet policy, at least here in New York, they are most certainly not going to be anywhere near our load, with the exception of offshore wind. And so, with that, it poses very significant transmission challenges. And we've already done studies showing that for various resource buildouts, we will have pockets that we've been calling them, pockets within the geographic borders of New York State where simply the transmission doesn't exist today. And it's going to be really important in order to achieve the goals is to recognize the fact that that energy from those resources cannot be delivered. It may not be something that necessarily translates directly into a reliability issue, but it's something that, in the interest of achieving the goals, in the interest of efficiency and granting customers access to those resources, it really will become an energy deliverability issue. And in recent reforms to our own economic planning process, we recognized that and added that as a metric that we evaluate in our economic planning process. However, that being said, further reforms are necessary within our reliability economic planning process to further recognize that in terms of evaluating solutions. Currently, under our tariff, we're not allowed to take that into consideration in evaluating solutions. And here's the connected point on interconnection process. A lot of what I feel like we're talking about here today is really on the grander planning process, but there is directly a connection to the interconnection process. And I heard a number of my fellow panelists talk about the piecemeal approach, or just kind of what I call a land rush approach, where our interconnection queues are just flooded with requests, and right now we are required to evaluate them on a fairly piecemeal basis, looking at least cost solutions. And I think looking at the longer term, that's just going to result in a very inefficient grid and inefficient outcomes. And so I think there'll be a real advantage to be thinking about, well, what resource buildouts do you reasonably expect in the future? Build out the system in anticipation for that. And by doing so, it'll help streamline inherently the interconnection process, particularly if changes are made to the interconnection process to encourage interconnection customers to interconnect where you've already intended them to interconnect. So if you've designed the system to enable those resources, well, maybe there's a reward to provide to interconnection customers to actually interconnect where you intended them to, such as fast tracking the interconnection process to help encourage that type of development. And I just wanted to add that in because I thought a number of my fellow panelists made some really great points there.
Great. Thank you, Phil, and then Bob, Ethier.
Well, thanks, Dave. This kind of goes into scenario planning, but at the risk of stating the obvious, the reason we need more transmission if we're pushing newer technologies, renewable resources, is for the most part, they are significantly cheaper to produce as opposed to distributed resources. If you take solar, for example, universal scale solar, also called utility scale solar, comes in at a third of the price for customers of private rooftop. Hence, as Rob mentioned earlier, the scale involved is such, and frankly, it's probably the same with wind. We're not going to see a lot of distributed wind, at least in neighborhoods. And we have some exciting things going on with longer term storage. And my hunch is that again, the scale of these facilities are not commercially available yet, are probably going to require that they are located outside of load areas because they'll arguably be industrial sized facilities. And we had a little talk last Wednesday and referred to today about overbuilding, but back in the late 90s, we had some talk about stranded assets, but I've never heard of a stranded transmission asset. Now, maybe they're out there, but for the most part, and I think we've seen it recently, when facilities are built, they are almost at full capacity. So in that sense, I'm not too worried about us overbuilding the transmission grid.
Thank you. Bob, Ethier?
Thanks. A number of the panelists have mentioned that there's going to be a lot more risk going forward than there has been historically in transmission planning, and almost certainly that is true. We're going to be looking farther into the future. There's going to be a much greater number of inputs that are subject to change over time. So there will be a lot more risk, and the dollars are huge. And in New England, one of the things that we take away from this is we need a new decision-making process. So historically, the ISO would identify a reliability need less than 3 years out. We have certain criteria. When they're violated, we identify a project to rectify the situation, and we take it through the process, and it's really driven by the ISO. In a world where we are basing big build decisions on 30-year projections, state policies, other factors, we really think we need to incorporate and really rely more on the states to make those sorts of big decisions. They're not going to be easy decisions. The process won't be as crisp because you don't have the clear-cut reliability criteria that are supporting it. And the states should certainly be aware that scenarios can change and that not everything you think now is going to come true. But to us, that's the appropriate way to move forward rather than relying on a bunch of engineers at the ISO to make these sorts of decisions, because it's not our money and we weren't elected. So, I think that's something to keep in the back of our minds as we move forward, that we need a new process. And connected to that, something that I think is important to think about is, how do we connect the two processes that I just spoke about? How do we connect the short-term, well-established reliability build function and this long-term function? And at least in New England right now, what we're trying to work through is, how do we make our short-term reliability upgrade decisions recognizing the future and what we're going to see? How do we sign off on these incremental costs that most of us think are going to make a heck of a lot of sense, and they're sort of no regrets expenditures, but are beyond what we have historically done, which was really the bare minimum to really meet the reliability needs. So that's something that we as a region are still working through, and I think it's going to take some time, and we're going to have to feel our way. And there's going to be a balance between having it go through the current process, which is much more ISO driven, and how that balances with the longer term process which we see as being much more state driven and state authorities. So that's something that certainly I'd be interested in what the other panelists think, but certainly something that we don't have crisp answers to right now, but that we recognize is going to be an issue going forward if we want to do things efficiently.
Thank you. Thank you. David?
Yeah, so so again, maybe I'll push back on some of the assertions that have been made. I think there's a lot of kind of common wisdom thrown around that when you push on it, turns out not actually to be true. And I think that should factor into our decision making. So one of the comments that was made is we know where the renewables are going to site, and there are tremendous economies of scale and scope in transmission. So I would say sometimes that's true, but if you look at some of the truly longer term transmission studies that have been done that have facilitated investment to date, what primarily you see is you don't see huge projects as the most economic choice. What you typically see is a list of 30 very specific locational upgrades to address various limiting elements on the system. And to the extent those, and I do agree that looking out and planning holistically and coordinating those sorts of investments are valuable, but a lot of those investments are not investments that you need to pull the trigger on 10, 15 years ahead of time. And if they are the most economic, the most optimal way to target those individual investments is to evaluate them in a time frame where the uncertainty is minimized. I think the assertion that there's not a lot of uncertainty because the states have announced their plans is just not true. I think there's a tremendous amount of uncertainty on what the optimal mix of transmission and investments are. And I do think, to the extent that these large backbone investments are the most economic, that it's useful to look out farther in the future and try to deal with uncertainty the best you can and evaluate when that is the most economic choice. But when that planning process identifies a mix of investments, maybe a large backbone investment that would require a decade or more to build, as well as an array of smaller ones, it makes sense to, in my mind, it makes sense to not commit to the smaller investments until you get closer in, until you're in the time frame where you have to commit to them, and then reevaluate based on everything you know at that point in time whether those investments are still economic. And one last thing I'll say, just because the question of is there such a thing as stranded transmission investment came up, I think the answer is definitely yes, there are stranded transmission investments. The way you would evaluate whether a transmission investment, the extent to which it's economic, is by looking at the marginal congestion that it's alleviating versus the cost of the investment. And in general, in cases where you've built and the value of the congestion that you're mitigating is far less, the production cost improvements you're getting are far less than the cost of the transmission, then the cost balance is stranded. And there are examples in some of the reports that we've done looking at how planning's been done, for example, in New England versus elsewhere, where New England has virtually no congestion at this point, and their transmission costs are something like 2 to 3 times the transmission cost of any other area. I think what that points to is what should our criteria be in terms of planning? Clearly, New England's adopted a different criteria, and if we're talking about looking farther out in the future, I think it'll be very important to think hard about what the criteria is that's going to govern the portfolio of investments that we commit to.
Great, thank you, Rob.
Thank you. I want to hear Lauren, so I'll speak quickly. I think she's back with us here, but I'll just say, since Zach mentioned that the resources will be generally remote from in New York, and I'm sure that's true in New York, and that's true in a lot of places. I want to just sort of point out that the goal here is the accurate demand for transmission based on the best available data, and that won't always be true. The answer won't always be transmission, more transmission. It will sometimes be less. Like, for example, we ignore retirements just as much as we're ignoring future additions. And there are a lot of, I think there's a lot of solar developers that I'm hearing from who are looking at locating at the location of retiring generation, and they won't need much transmission at all. In fact, they're sometimes being charged now for significant new transmission that everybody knows is not needed, because as soon as the old generator retires, that new transmission won't be needed. So we need to just incorporate, not just consider, but incorporate the knowable factors about the future demand for the system and get the accurate amount. It's not always getting more transmission, it's getting the accurate demand for it and building that.
Thank you. And I think we have Lauren with us now. Let's try this again.
Do we have Lauren with us?
Yes.
Outstanding. Hello, everybody. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I hate to go back. I'm going to try to weave this into the discussion that just happened. First of all, it seems like the vast majority of the speakers agree with scenario planning, which is absolutely breathtaking and great. One of the issues is whether or not we should have the planning factors be requirements or be flexible. And let me just say that it's a yes and situation. Do we need requirements for the planning factors? Absolutely. Just like NERC reliability standards, we need requirements that that utilities comply with the laws, whether they be federal, state, or local. So that would be number one, and that would include generation portfolio requirements. My written narrative goes through 9 different kinds of planning criteria, so I'm not going to go through all of them, but I do want to note a few things. Number one, even with those requirements, it respects regional differences. And so it's not a one size fits all. It says, look, based on what's going on in your region, you should be including those in all of your scenarios. And secondly, with regards to the flexibility and input from state commissions and other kinds of stakeholders, when I think about things like electrification and the percentage of electrification used within your most conservative scenario and your most aggressive scenario, those are the kind of things that should be, first of all, based on trends and possibly on probabilities. But that gives all of the stakeholders flexibility in how they can help define what the 2 plausible bookends are for the scenarios. And I do want to say that I do believe FERC has the legal authority to go ahead and set those requirements, because they are essentially required to ensure we have just and reasonable rates based on the most cost-effective build-out of the transmission grid that's required to meet the needs of the load-serving entities. And let me just say, I don't think our current processes are sufficient to examine these factors. With regards to, first of all, some areas don't even use scenarios. Secondly, the Western Interconnect, and I'm sorry there's not a panelist here on the Western Interconnect, they have a whole host of issues that need to be addressed. And I would hope that somebody steps in like WEC to become the planning authority out there. But let me just say, with regards to whether or not we've got a sufficient approach right now, even those planning authorities that are using scenarios generally use them too conservatively. Either their bookended scenarios are not sufficiently different from each other, or the assumptions within even the most aggressive are not reflective of an actual aggressive future. And an example is MISO. MISO is just recently has really redone how they do their future scenarios. But prior to that, their bookends were so narrow, and the business as usual was so conservative that we found, even with 20-year out plans, that the reality came true within a handful of years, just showing that we were not actually looking at sufficiently wide options there. And I will stop there, David. Thank you for your patience with regards to my audio.
No, I want to thank you for your comments and for adding some audio drama to the proceeding. And I also say, we, as for a West perspective, you're lamenting that, but we do have Michelle, who was formerly senior executive at Bonneville Power Authority. Michelle, do you want to give a Western perspective?
Yeah, Lauren, I was nodding my head as you were talking. And I think that's where, so yes, my former world, I came from the West, came from Bonneville Power Administration. And that was a very unique place also, because I think you're kind of the crossroads of everything. And you're right. It's how do you knit together all those different balancing authorities, the planning authorities out West, and the CAISO. But I think that is one of the things where why I was so and DOE's kind of looking at those gaps. How you get folks, what is the approach and the commonality that brings them together to plan? Because you're right. One of the things that I have battle scars from in previous life is having to manage a queue, and you watch a neighboring utility put out an RFP for like a 200 megawatts of renewables, and our queue gets flooded with 2,000. They're all going to the same place. We know they're going to the same place, and so part of that is how do you get out? And so I echo greatly the onesie twosies approach does not work, especially when everybody's trying to shift and do a wholesale change some of the approaches. But I would also say, and I'm going to echo some of the others, is we also, if you've been around the industry, a lot of the planners, they're really good at planning, and they'll tell you over and over again, oh yeah, either build it on this part of the system and it will help relieve congestion, or that. But I agree that there needs to be a common thing that brings those planning organizations together in order to have those conversations. And so that's just battle scars from the West.
Thank you. Thanks for the perspective. Eric, I think you had your hand raised.
Great. Thanks, David. And I really appreciate the comments. I wanted to address a couple of things. I know that risk was brought up, and then obviously risk is always a concern for consumers. We certainly don't want to be paying for stranded transmission assets, but I do think the risk can be mitigated. I do think you look at state policy choices. Certainly governments change, state political leaders change, but the general direction is, and the general trends are very clear, and I think those are reasonable assumptions to go on. I also think it's important, to look at, this is why I think many consumer advocates have argued for holistic planning, because when traditionally we've had three drivers, public policy, market efficiency, reliability for transmission planning. Everybody on this panel, or almost everybody on this panel, has noted the importance of both decarbonization and resiliency in future transmission goals. Should we expand the drivers, and should we consider other drivers that would affect our transmission planning? And by incorporating other drivers, incorporate sort of multi-value planning. And I'm certainly not an expert on the MISO multi-value planning paradigm, but I think that's at least a good notion to start with, making sure that when we build it, when we look at constructing a transmission asset, what are the multiple values that multiple benefits that asset brings to the grid and to consumers. And that sort of hedges us a little bit against building something just for its ability to bring renewable resources online, or just for its resiliency benefit, because it also has a market efficiency benefit, or it has a reliability benefit, or it has a public policy benefit as well. So I think, using that holistic multi-value planning can help hedge against the risk. The one other thing I wanted to respond to was something that Bob either said, and I certainly don't like calling out panelists, and I really appreciate most of what he said. But I was a little concerned when he said that, the RTOs need to take a little bit of a backseat. And I think certainly from a consumer advocate standpoint, one of the concerns that we've had is that many of the RTOs have taken too much of a backseat, and that has led to a lot of the piecemeal planning, the balkanization of the transmission grid within the different regions. And, certainly we want the RTOs to be responsive to state policy. I think that's the appropriate thing, be responsive to corporate goals. But at the same time, we do want the RTOs to have a strong hand in planning the grid, because they're the ones that have that regional oversight, that regional view, and can plan effectively for the entire region, make sure we're not building, just for a particular transmission operator's needs or just for a particular state's needs, but building for the region. I think that's critical. And I do hope that the RTOs, stay involved as strong regional planners.
Thank you. Well, I think that I don't see another hand, so I was going to turn it over to my colleague, Lena, who was going to answer the next question.
Good morning, all. Lena Naik with the Office of General Counsel. And thank you all for being here and for the interesting discussion so far. Given the time, I think I'll go straight to the second part of question 2 in the agenda. And some of you all have touched on this already, but just so to give others a chance to directly speak to it. The question, what we're wondering is, should public utilities transmission providers be doing more to consider federal, state, and local climate and clean energy goals and regulations when evaluating transmission needs? And should public utility transmission providers be required to consider federal, state, and local climate and clean energy goals that are not statutorily mandated? So I'd like to kind of mix up the order of the speakers. So I'll ask the first question to Eric Heinley.
Great, thanks, Lena. And so certainly I do think that the transmission operators should be considering federal, state, even local goals. And we've talked a little bit about probabilistic scenarios. I think one of the ways when you look at the probabilistic scenarios, and Lauren did a great way of sort of pointing out your highs and your lows. Certainly, goals that are part of statutes that are sort of mandated by law, those have a certain level of priority, goals that are sort of more, say, aspirational or objective or sort of, goals rather than mandates, probably should be given a lower probability rating, and that would be an effective way to make sure that we're not overbuilding, but that we are anticipating the fact that often many of these sort of initial goals or initial sort of aspirational goals do become mandates and do become part of the state integrated resource plan. And so I think it's important that as we look to develop the transmission system, as the RTOs, the ISOs look to develop the grid within their region, and as we look to develop the grid regionally, we do take into account, as I said, state goals, federal goals, local goals, and to the extent that we can get strong, reliable data, corporate consumer goals as well. So corporate consumers have certain decarbonization goals. Make sure those are part of it. Not perhaps individual corporate consumers, but certainly look at the trends, look at where that's going, and appropriately grade the probabilities from that as well. So hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you. That is, and I'll go straight to Ms. Azar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I mean, to the extent utilities have to comply with laws set either at the state level, the federal level, the local level, those should be assumed in all of your scenarios in both bookends. With regards to goals themselves, take a look at the trends. Some percentage of those goals should indeed be included in the scenarios, and you can again have different kinds of percentages in your conservative bookend versus your aggressive bookend. I would like to point out that with regards to utility goals, to the extent the utilities, investor-owned utilities, have promised their shareholders that they are going to meet those goals, I would consider those binding, and they should be included within the scenarios. And I think I answered all of your questions, so back to you.
Thank you. Yes, it was a multi-part question. And we'll go straight to Mr. Gramlich. Thank you.
Sure. Well, I can be quick on this. I'll just agree with what Eric and Lauren said. And again, it's just estimate future transmission demand with the best available data. And those pieces of information, some of those were very certain, what Eric and Lauren mentioned. Others, it's a little bit more of an estimate with judgment, and that's where we'll need to get into how do the states plug in and provide their judgment, so the RTO, engineers aren't having to exercise judgment on everybody's behalf, both states and the load-serving entities. There's a lot of munis and co-ops not regulated by the states.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Smith, the same question to you.
Yeah, thanks, Lena. A few points to make. I mean, regarding how the whole scenario process would work and how that is factored into today's process and how it'll work going forward, I think it's really important to consider the stakeholder process as a whole and the value of that. So in New York's process today, we have our public policy transmission planning process. We have had successes taking into consideration public policies. And so we really are doing this already. Where we're not doing it, where we don't have the authority under our tariff necessarily to do it, is through reliability and economic planning. We work really closely with our stakeholders to evaluate what needs may arise, what opportunities may arise, where constraints occur and where there may be opportunities to address those constraints. However, there are really significant limitations in terms of how we can act on those needs. So I think it's important to think about the needs on the front end and how you actually conduct any studies that identify the needs or opportunities, and then what authority and what tools do you have in the tariff to actually use as metrics to value a solution on the back end, and what role do stakeholders have in informing all of that? To us, it's very important that stakeholders, including policymakers in New York here, that would include like state agencies, having input into what are we planning to, what are the scenarios, what are the assumptions that we're planning to. But when it gets to identifying constraints and opportunities, we have limitations in looking at solutions on the back end. I think that's where there could really be some improvement, once again, in terms of reliability planning. the granting the authority to look at scenarios, working with stakeholders to decide, so that, to some of the points that have been made, it's not left to just the engineers in a dark room, trying to decide what's good, what's bad. The stakeholder process is really important, where you look at all of those results and you decide, okay, well, what's good to act on? What should you move forward with?
Thank you for all of those questions. I'll turn it over to Dave to begin. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. I'm sorry. We wanted to definitely leave some time in. I apologize. We can hopefully come back to any who wanted to respond to that question, but we did want to leave some time for the chairman and commissioners to ask some of their own questions. And so with that, I will turn it over to Chairman Glick.
Thanks, Dave. I'll be quick. This has been a really good discussion. I think we could go a couple more hours and still cover all new grounds. Maybe someday we'll do that. I just want to ask one quick question then. And there's a lot of, I think, agreement, not complete agreement, but a lot of agreement that planners, we need to use scenario planning, and we need to consider a variety of factors in the transmission planning process. I'm curious, how much flexibility do you think that the commission should be providing, or do you think we should be providing a list of factors that the planners need to look at, or how specific do those factors need to be, or do we just say, go ahead and look at what you think the future is going to be, and each region can come up with a different approach to it? I'm curious what you all think about that.
Lauren?
Thank you. Yes, I believe the commission has the authority and should be requiring very specific planning criteria. There, of course, could be flexibility in other kinds of planning criteria, but certain requirements with regards to future generation, retirements, energy efficiency, demand response, those kind of factors should be included in the scenarios. Now, the values themselves for some of those absolutely are flexible. The stakeholders, state commissions should be defining those values, but they shouldn't be able to ignore them. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil.
Thanks, David. I agree with Lauren. Factors to be considered should be considered as directed by the commission, Mr. Chairman. But that doesn't mean that they'll necessarily come out with an outcome here or there, but at least be considered. I do want to address the fact that Q reform has also been mentioned by Commissioner Christie. And, we had this problem back in 2007 and 2008 where the queues were really long too. And so it's solvable. And we would suggest an approach that the commission has approved in several cases, which is first ready, first serve, as opposed to first come, first serve. And finally, because I don't know if I'll have another chance to talk, I did want to emphasize that we did ask a couple of state regulators who were there to put up a history of the MVP projects in MISO. It's a paper. We'll get it to everybody. It's a history of what happened, which I think is a good blueprint going forward. Yes, it was pre-order 1000, but there's somebody on this call, Lauren Azar, who was very involved in that. And Governor Granholm was very involved in that effort. And it took a lot of time building confidence, going through several procedures, and mostly it was collaboration and not really competition between providers, investor-owned utilities, municipals, co-ops. Were able to get those built, all but one, and then whenever they were energized, they were at full capacity. So it's a bit of a scenario, a bit of an example how a region can plan similar to what we've been talking about for the last hour and a half, with anticipating certain things, and there will be some changes, some give and take, but transmission planning is not just an engineering process, it's also a political process. And so making sure that the regulators and the governors are on board will help assure that actually projects can get built. Thank you for letting me go off the topic a little bit, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your introductory comments.
Thank you, Zach.
Yeah, thanks for that question, Mr. Chairman. NISO definitely believes that there should be flexibility, but that's balanced with everything that I've already said. I think there's tremendous value in scenario planning, and I think that I think planning would very much benefit by, the tariffs providing us that authority. and perhaps directing conceptually that anticipated future generation be planned for. But I think what's important is the flexibility on a regional basis. So for here in New York, as you heard me say in my prior comment, I mean, our stakeholder process is incredibly important. We have a very robust stakeholder process here with the New York ISO. And through that stakeholder process over the years, especially since Order 1000 and all of the reforms that have happened since Order 1000, we have worked really closely with our stakeholders to tailor our processes to what works for New York. And I would very much encourage the Commission to stick with that approach, that there are things that want to get done, but to recognize the importance of regional variations and the importance of the flexibility there to be able to do it the way that works for the region. Thank you.
Thanks. And I'm going to go out of order just because I don't think he's responded to a question. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your question. And I'll just reiterate some of the previous comments. And I think the best path forward for success here is collaboration.
So we've received word that we had to fix an IT issue, and that has been fixed. And so I think I'll try and bring us back to where we were. And I think we had wrapped up some responsive answers to Chairman Glick's first question. Chairman Glick, do you have any other questions?
No, Dave, in light of the time, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Clements because Commissioner Danley, I think, has had to sign off for a bit. So Commissioner Clements, you're next.
Thanks, Chairman Glick. I have one question, and thank you very much for your comments so far today. I want to start with following up with Lauren on something you said, and then if others have a comment. Two parts. First, we've talked about some potential for the risk of investment with uncertainty, but we haven't talked about the risk of inaction. And there is a great deal we know at this point. We know that almost all of the RPS standards that have ever been passed in this country have stayed in place or grown stronger with higher mandates. We know that utilities and corporations are making SEC filings, to your point, on their commitments to their shareholders on this front. We know that, and without opening a can of worms on the interconnection front, there's 700 gigs of renewables, or even if you give it a big haircut, a significant amount of resources trying to get onto a system that isn't been planned to receive it in that way. And we also know that benefits are getting left on the table in current planning processes, and two, that cost declines on especially technology-based resources are actually quite predictable in for some set of resources. So with all of that, going back to your yes and concept, the way I hear it is if FERC puts forth a set of metrics that need to go into any region's planning process, the actual inputs for those metrics will vary based on regional circumstances. But the way that we get apples to apples planning and facilitate interregional planning as well is to be clear about those set of minimum planning considerations that then will vary by region. Is that a fair understanding?
Absolutely correct. And I agree with you. We're letting money on the table if we let uncertainty prevent us from actually planning the grid that we're going to need for the future.
I'll just say I agree.
Eric?
You're on mute, Eric.
So am I. You're on mute. Oops. Eric, you're still on mute.
Apologies for that. Commissioner Clements, I think you made a really great point that assumes that the current system is working for consumers, and it's not. The current system is too piecemeal, it's too balkanized, it's not recognizing the state policy goals, which you said, correctly, that will stay in place and it will only increase. And so to not do anything, I think creates, as you said, it creates a great risk. So I think it's important that we do make some significant changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Sorry, I didn't mean to leave my hand up. I completely agree with with what both Eric and Lauren said.
Thank you. Nelson?
Yeah, thank you. Generally in agreement, but just with a bit of a caveat in that it's not necessarily everything that can be identified, but there are very likely some very obvious investments that can be made that are, clearly in the best interest. So, we've moved to utilizing a cluster study process for a generation queue. That helps identify it not only helps speed the process, but it also helps identify areas of investment that might be smart to be done proactively. So I think there's probably some, for lack of a better word, some no regrets investment when you start looking down the road, but it may not be everything. There's a threshold that we can have more confidence in doing proactive investment.
Thank you, Zach.
Yeah, I agree with all of the comments that were just made, that I think there are some no regrets opportunities that could be identified. One that I really want to emphasize is also more on the negative side, if you will. So there's some positive side, opportunities, some no regrets opportunities to help enable the renewables. But on the negative side, it's what's the effect of adding all of these new resources to the system? Well, the economics, or perhaps directly through regulation, generation is going to leave the system, and what reliability problem is that going to cause for us? And at least here in New York, we currently have some restrictions in terms of what kind of scenarios we can look at in terms of future anticipated generation retirements, and what should we be planning to properly address reliability. And so really what came to my mind with your question, Commissioner, is the lead time to address that. I mean, we have tools in our tariff, we have tools in our toolbox to quickly pivot and address reliability issues, but could we do it in a better way if we were doing a better job on a longer term basis, foreseeing those problems coming and then try to address them in a more efficient way. And I think that that's going to be really vital just for the reliability of the grid, not just for achievement of public policy and efficiency. And I'll add one other thing. There was discussion about the consistency. I will just offer that here in the Eastern Interconnection, at least, we have the Eastern Interconnection Planning Collaborative, EIPC, that many of us participate in. And through that, I would suggest that, a lot of the ISOs, RTOs, and the other entities bodies can be working together to establish that consistency, through EIPC or some similar organization. So I definitely agree with the concept, and I would just caution to say, still let's look at flexibility and what works for the planning coordinators to actually achieve the objectives. So thank you.
Thank you. And before I call on the others, I would just say if everyone can keep their comments somewhat brief, just because we want to allow time in case Commissioner Clements or Commissioner Christie have any questions, other questions. Thank you. And I'll call on Phil.
Thanks, David, and thanks, Commissioner, for the question. This builds a little bit on your point about benefits left on the table. Just always worth reminding people that the adaptation, hardening, resilience, reliability benefits of transmission are real, but they're not compensated.
Thank you, Bob.
Thanks again for the question. I'd just like to point out the need to have some balance in when we're trying to address short-term reliability needs with our longer-term goals. For example, in the Order 1000 RFP process that we recently concluded, very short time frame, trying to get these changes in quickly so that we could let some generation retire. Some of the projects that came forward for that to respond to that said, oh, we have all these other environmental benefits that you should consider, even though these projects were an order of magnitude more expensive than the one we landed on. We didn't have a very effective framework to evaluate that because we were pressed for time and we were doing a reliability study. We all, I think, need to think about how we balance those two things when we want to get something done quickly to resolve a clear and immediate problem and still feather in concerns about the longer term. And I don't have a good answer for that, other than to note that it's a clear issue and that the ISOs don't necessarily at this point have good guidance about how they strike that balance between sort of environmental goals and clear and present costs. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Oops, I think you're on mute.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I just wanted to point to one thing that Zach alluded to earlier, because I think New York's a good case study for this. That we've talked a lot about how you produce a plan that identifies investments that are the most beneficial, but I think equally important for the commission, if they issue an order, is to establish some guidelines for what the tariffs need to look like to turn that plan into investment. So New York started their markets in 2000 and have had a reliability and economic planning process that has produced virtually no investment in 20 years. The only investment that's taken place in New York has been through the public policy process, where the state has identified investments they want to see made, and then that's occurred. And there's very clear reasons why no investment has taken place. Rules on voting rules on the participants having to, at a very high level, a supermajority approve transmission projects. So we could go through a process of developing a long-term transmission plan for New York and then build nothing. So I think it's really important to think about not only the planning side of the equation, but also the investment and cost allocation side, and how do we make sure that once we do all this work on the planning side, that it turns into real benefits.
Thank you, Lauren.
Yeah, just speaking to the fact that sometimes planning authorities are forced to approve projects because they don't have sufficient time to develop a more cost-effective approach. I would recommend that FERC also require that utilities be required to confidentially submit to their planning authorities a variety of information so that there's transparency on behalf of the planning authorities as to what's likely to happen in the next 10 to 15 years. So that would include new generation, retirements, asset renewal programs, things along those lines that will really help the planning authorities develop a more meaningful plan going forward. And we won't be as stuck as we are now, having to accept less cost-effective projects because we don't have time to build.
advance projects that are ready to move ahead of those that are not ready to move. And, we'll have to develop tariff language to do that, submit that to you all. Certainly any guidance on what you view as best practices would be welcome. But keeping it non-prescriptive would be very helpful because, you've heard a theme through today is regional variation and regional flexibility. I think as far as queue issues go, that's going to be important in New England, both to get the region's buy-in, but also to address the specific needs that we have in New England. So appreciate the question, appreciate the attention you give to it. It's definitely something we need to do more work on, and you'll be seeing more from us in the next year or so.
Yeah, well, I think what Phil Moeller said has a lot of weight. We need to be making sure ready projects are going and that the not ready or the speculative projects are not holding up the ready projects. And that's where I would certainly like to hear from the RTOs about how you delineate between the ready projects that are ready to go versus the speculative that are not, and they're holding up the ready projects. I'd love to hear from the RTOs on that. Maybe in the next round of comment, you've got another shot at it. I forget what the date is, but I know there's another round of reply comment. You'll have that opportunity, so I would just invite it. Let me just say one more thing. It's not really a question because I know we're running out of time and never stand between the panel and lunch, but a couple things I heard on this panel I have to disagree with. I don't think, as the chairman said, there's a consensus on the need to include public policy in transmission planning. I don't think that's a consensus at all. I think it reflects the fact we didn't have any voices on this panel that take a different view. We heard different views at NARUC and Louisville. Commissioner Raper of Idaho said it in a multi-state planning, if you inject individual state public policies, you're going to get a very controversial and divisive response. And so I think there's a point of view that didn't really hear on this panel about public policy. If you put public policy into single state RTOs like New York and California, you don't have that issue because that's just one state. So of course you should be incorporating the public policy of your state. But when you're talking about a multi-state RTO like PJM or MISO or SPP, injecting public policy into transmission planning opens a real big can of worms for a lot of reasons. And I heard the comment, well, states don't change their RPS policies. I know in PJM at least two states have, West Virginia and I think Ohio. And the idea that public policies don't change, I think is just unrealistic. So if you build a transmission line based on public policies that are changed or modified, you can have a stranded asset, and Dr. Patton said that there is such a thing as stranded assets in transmission, and consumers have to pay for them. So I think there's a point of view on whether public policy should go into planning, particularly in multi-state RTOs, the big multi-state RTOs that we didn't hear today, and it is a controversial issue, and it's not cut and dried. So I don't think there is a consensus on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to you.
Great. Thank you, Chairman Glick. Do you have any other comments or anything you want to add?
Back to you, Dave, to take us out. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Just a couple of housekeeping remarks. Thank you. We've reached the time for the end of our first panel. I'd like to conclude by thanking all our panelists and our chairman and commissioners too. And we will break for a little under an hour. Actually, exactly an hour now. So we'll reconvene at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Just a couple other things. Panel 1 panelists, please sign out of the WebEx meeting. If you would like to continue watching the conference, you may use the public webcast link on the conference event page at FERC.gov. And also for the commissioners and the chairman, please stay signed into your WebEx over the break, but mute your microphone and turn off your cameras until we resume. Thank you, everyone, and have a pleasant lunch.
Planning processes. Just to repeat a few reminders from the earlier panel, We will begin this panel by asking each panelist to respond to an initial agenda question. After all panelists have responded, we will proceed through the panelist discussion session. Following this panel, we will also have a short break. As we begin with our initial questions, we remind all participants to refrain from any discussion of pending contested proceedings. If anyone engages in these kinds of discussions, a FERC staff member will interrupt the discussion to ask the speaker to avoid that topic. So I'll now introduce the panel 2 panelists. Aubrey Johnson, Executive Director of System Planning and Competitive Transmission, Mid-Continent Independent System Operator, Inc. Ken Seiler, Vice President of Planning, PGM Interconnection, LLC. Jay Caspery, Vice President, Grid Strategies, LLC. Natalie McIntyre, Technical and Policy Consultant, American Clean Power Association and Clean Grid Alliance. Cameron Ali, Vice President of Transmission Planning and Analysis, American Electric Power Company. Karen Honoran, Vice President, Electricity Consumers Resource Council. Adam Stern, Manager, Regulatory Affairs, Enel North America, Inc. Bryce Nielsen, Director of Transmission Planning, Strategy and Development, representing Salt River Project, the American Public Power Association, and Large Public Power Council. Sarah Edmonds, Director of Transmission and Market Services, Portland General Electric. I will now begin with our first question for the panel. To the extent public utility transmission providers currently model long-term scenarios of future needs in different transmission planning regions, or have efforts to expand or refine these modeling efforts, are these existing efforts sufficiently identifying transmission needs for anticipated future generation? Why are we not? And we'd like to hear from all panelists on this question before starting additional discussion. So I would direct this question first to Aubrey Johnson, and we'll go down the panelist list from there. Thank you.
Thank you, David, and thank you for the opportunity to be here with you and be on this panel today. I was afraid you were going to make me first here, so and that came true. I'd say to you, basically, from a MISO perspective, yes, we believe that the existing processes are sufficient. I think it's also important for us to think about there are multiple layers of transmission planning. What we do with our baseline reliability projects, generator interconnection agreement, those types of projects are more nearer term. As we think about a more intermediate term, then we would offer our market congestion planning process. And then something we've done back in 2011 with the multi-value projects and are currently underway now, a little bit more of a long-range transmission planning study. To do those and to have that type of reach, back in 2007, we created our first set of future scenarios. And MISO is a big proponent of scenario planning, and we think that those are essential to working over a longer cycle.
Thank you. I would now like to go to Ken Seiler, PJM.
Thank you, David, and it's great to be here with everybody this afternoon. Certainly, I'll take a little different take, but very close to what Aubrey was saying. In many ways, we account for many different drivers within the regional transmission expansion planning process. However, we do take a shorter-term look with a 5-year outlook on generation interconnection. And the approach was really designed to allow the market to propose solutions, be it new generation or demand response or energy efficiency, with transmission serving as a backstop. With all that being said, we've had a very active queue. Our queue has quadrupled over the last 4 years or so. And generation interconnection is becoming more and more of an issue with the methodologies that we employ today. And we deploy our reliability studies to accommodate a reliable and resilient interconnection for any generator within our footprint, but not large bulk number of units that may be impacting a similar facility. So obviously, there could be a paradigm shift where we could change the relationship between building transmission proactively versus letting the market come up with solutions for a reliable or a market efficient type need. So with that, there's also risk to be considered when looking at future generation, and we certainly don't want to impose any unnecessary burden of transmission cost and risk on stranded transmission if it's not necessary at any point in time in our future. So those are some cautionary notes that we just need to be aware of.
Thank you, Ken. We'd now like to hear from Jay Caspery.
Thanks, David, and thanks to FERC and the commissioners and the staff for putting together this important conference. I think generally the answer is no. I don't think that current plans actually reflect scenarios to the extent they need to help frame the futures, as mentioned by Lauren and others on panel 1. I think you can look at table 2 of the RATTLE Grid Strategies joint report that we just published a month ago that talks about and demonstrates and quantifies, actually tabulates what key metrics and parameters and scenarios are actually being captured in the current planning processes. There are some good examples. I believe ERCOT's long-range system assessment use of scenarios is a good example, using a diverse set of scenarios for the future. I need to compliment MISO for their LRTP, and I believe SPP's 20-year assessment are starting to create much more realistic futures for these RTOs. But unfortunately, they're works in process. I think there's others that have a long way to go. I wish MISO and SPP would have used those same scenarios in their joint transmission interconnection queue study. That would have greatly enhanced the joint planning that needs to be done on the seams and deal with the GIQ backlogs in those systems. While some consider scenarios for one-dimensional kind of variations, such as higher load gas prices, higher load renewable scenarios, or fossil retirements, almost no one considers different futures of the world, which cover a full range of plausible uncertainties. And we need to make sure that these uncertainties are consistent not only in regional plans, but in interregional plans. I think as we get to more decarbonized futures and heavy decarbonization of the electric system, we're going to need to do more interregional planning. That's going to require some common scenarios that are done across the seams. I'm going to stop there and look forward to the rest of the questions.
Thank you, Jay. Now I'd like to go to Natalie McIntyre.
Thanks, David, and want to echo thanks to Chair Glick and the other commissioners for really initiating this important industry discussion with the ANOPR and this conference in terms of how we improve regional planning to prepare the grid for the future. My answer is going to be the same as Jay's. I don't think that the scenario planning efforts to date have really been sufficient to identify transmission that's needed to support the changing resource mix. Interconnection delays and the high cost of required interconnection network upgrades are evidence, I think, that transmission planning is really not keeping up with the need. We see that interconnection process driving the identification of some of these regionally beneficial upgrades, which really should be identified in a regional transmission planning effort. So I think part of the challenge here is that where scenario planning is being used, it's often the case that those scenarios are not really plausible. They're either too narrow, they're too short-sighted in the sense that they don't have realistic assumptions, really a realistic business as usual case as the most conservative, and then other plausible scenarios beyond that. So we've really seen, I think, in the past couple decades that the policies that in many ways are driving some of these scenarios have changed, and that the most aggressive futures that were used previously have turned out to be far too conservative than reality. So really need some more work generally on the scenarios that are being used. I would echo the kudos to MISO for their MVP planning effort, which really was very effective in identifying needed transmission. But that effort was 10 years ago, and that new capacity was quickly fully subscribed. So the current long-range transmission planning process there, I agree, does use much more plausible futures, and we're supportive of that. But again, scenario planning needs to be done regularly. I would say it needs to be done at least every 3 years. Every 10 years is not sufficient, and now we're behind. The other thing I would like to note is that scenario planning can be used in a number of ways. It can be used in assessing potential transmission in a more siloed transmission planning process. For instance, looking only at transmission that's needed to address, for instance, economic congestion. Or it can be used in a more holistic planning process that has is seeking to identify transmission to address multiple needs and considering multiple benefits. And I think that kind of more comprehensive transmission planning process is much more effective in identifying needed transmission in terms of the synergies of the different needs, but also the multiple benefits that can then help to justify that transmission where an individual siloed planning process may not have sufficient benefits to justify the upgrades. The other thing I would note is that scenario planning, I think, has not done a good job of considering extreme events. Going forward with higher renewable scenarios or higher renewable futures, we're going to need more consideration of regional diversity benefits and how transmission can support that and how transmission can support interregional cooperation during these kinds of extreme events. The last thing I would note before turning it back to you is that I don't think that scenario planning has really been effective in non-RTO regions of the country. I think typically it's not being used enough or effectively, and really in those kinds of areas of our country, we need more coordinated planning between individual utilities, individual transmission owners in order to identify transmission that considers the synergies that are needed on a regional basis. So turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. But now turn to Cameron Ali.
Hey, David. Good afternoon. And I want to also thank FERC and the FERC staff for setting up this conversation. I think it's going to be very valuable. And I also agree with Jay and Natalie that, scenario planning, in my opinion, number one, is lacking. There are as many scenarios across the country as there are regions for balancing authority. So there is a lot of inconsistency as to what assumptions are being utilized. Secondly, the planning horizon as to what is actionable and what is informational, I think is also very inconsistent. In most cases, even though the scenario planning and the assessment may go down to 7 years or 10 years, transmission is really only built for needs that are 5 years out. And I do also want to applaud MISO and ERCOT because they have done definitely a better job than most regions in assessing, the needs that are farther out there. Unfortunately, in most cases, it is a compromise of the stakeholders, and we always drive down to the least common denominator. And I think that is the reason that we're not seeing significant scenario assessments, and mostly business as usual are the scenarios that result in any transmission. I'll give you guys a good example in SPP. We are expecting in our footprint, in American Electric Power's footprint, we are expecting capacity deficiency in the coming years. And our integrated resource planning demonstrates that to ensure that rates keep on going down and we're able to invest in modernization of a deteriorating grid, we need to invest in renewables, especially in wind and solar. But if we look at the assumptions that SPP is making on our behalf, they're mostly in gas, in CTs and things like that, which we know we're not going to build, but that is what is getting modeled, because that can go in places where existing generation is retiring. So in essence, nobody else has to pay for that transmission because these are AEP needs. So if we can just plug the existing generation with new ones, then other members don't have to step up and pay for that. And I think that compromise and those compromising assumptions at the end of the day are going to impact the reliability and resilience of the grid. So definitely the scenario planning is not where it needs to be, and we can do much better job by expanding that to at least 20 years. And more importantly, making anything that the analysis shows actionable rather than informational. Thank you for that, David. I look forward to the rest of the conversation.
Thank you, Cameron. And now I'd like to turn to Karen Honoran.
Great, thank you, David. And just a quick thank you to Chairman Glick, the commissioners and commissioner staff for inviting the customer perspective to this panel. Of course, ELCON is the trade association that represents large commercial and industrial customers of electricity. So we will be bearing the cost for a lot of this transmission in the future. So really appreciate having our voice heard. And to answer the question, I'll probably echo a lot of what my former panelists have brought up, both in the first panel and on this panel, in that, you know, we think that right now transmission planning is myopic. Again, you know, kudos to MISO. MISO's getting all kinds of kudos today. The MVP planning process is a good model. I think that they're also, with their LRTP, are making progress. But I think fundamentally, the reason why transmission planning is myopic is that it's very patchworked and focused on just one region. I know this conference isn't about interregional planning. This is a little bit more than interregional planning, but really is what are the neighbors doing? What are the impacts that we're seeing that could impact the other regions? Looking at perhaps export and import capabilities. I mean, that was a huge advantage in the February storm of this year, where there could trade generation should there be any sort of outages or congestion or things are not available. So knowing what your neighbors are doing and what your neighbors are capable of and coordinating with them, they may have solutions that could impact you, that could help. And so I really think that there needs to be a broader, more holistic planning so that people and regions are, you know, working from the same textbook in a way. So everybody's not just sort of flying blind and just focusing on their own needs. We need to look broader. That's going to help us get to a better system, a better interconnected system that, you know, can support, you know, future generation, which I think is just one aspect of that formula. You've got a lot of other things to look at, you know, whether climate change, weather patterns, new technologies, you know, we'll get storage. We're also looking at hydrogen as a potential future source. So there's a lot of inputs to consider, and I think a more broader planning process where we're taking into consideration, you know, multiple scenarios, multiple inputs, and multiple regions. And I think that that would be most helpful. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, David.
Thank you, Karen. Now we'd like to turn to Adam Stern.
Thank you, David, and also thank you to Chairman Glick, commissioners, and FERC staff for this conference and having facilitated this crucial conversation. So I will also echo a lot of my panelists here, in particular, very much in agreement with Natalie and Jay, and ensure that scenario planning has not been effective. However, Anil is supportive and applauds any and all efforts towards improvement. However, as Natalie mentioned, defined evidence of how scenario planning has so far not been sufficient. One only needs to look at generator interconnection queues across regions, across the country. Because there's a lack of new backbone regional transmission being built, prospective generators are met with extremely high network upgrade costs and huge bottlenecks and delays that have prevented hundreds of renewable energy projects from reaching commercial operation. Incremental upgrades to the existing system is what transmission is being built today. However, this is all reactive and haphazard. What we need is proactive planning that appropriately identifies transmission solutions that optimize benefits to load for the long term and not just the short term. So to do this, we need to reform how and when planning is done while also making improvements to the interconnection process. Because a more certain, effective, and efficient interconnection process is needed to strengthen planning models, and better planning models are needed to help alleviate issues flagging the interconnection process. We, Enel, have been thinking long and hard about how to solve these issues. In our ANOPR comments, we submitted a proposal that offers a technical blueprint for how to harmonize the interconnection and transmission planning processes. The proposal streamlines the interconnection study process by only examining the most direct local impacts that a project has on the grid. This reduces interdependence between similarly queued projects, which avoids the need for constant restudies. We also include strict readiness milestones to increase certainty in project development. This, in turn, should allow for more trust in including generator interconnection projects in regional planning models. However, our proposal only works if long-term planning is effective in developing new backbone transmission that is needed to accommodate the level of renewables required to meet public policy objectives, consumer demand, and a future vision of an efficient, affordable, and reliable transmission grid. I want to respond to, I think this is one of Commissioner Christie's opening remarks regarding RTO processes to try to improve the queue. Enel is pleased to see the progress made on interconnection in various RTO stakeholder processes. We've been an active participant, in particular, in PJM and SPP, and we very much encourage these processes to continue along with any FERC effort that also targets interconnection issues. These two processes, both the RTO and at the FERC level, should not be substitutes for each other, but complements. The RTO processes will put in place needed reforms to address immediate issues flagging interconnection queues now, while at the same time, FERC can be designing a longer-term solution that builds on top of the progress made in these regions. And I know today is not specifically about interconnection. However, in short, interconnection and regional planning are crucially dependent on each other and therefore need to be addressed together. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Now I'd like to move to Bryce Nielsen.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Chairman and Commissioners and staff for the opportunity to participate in the panel today. The question of whether or not transmission planning is adequately accounting for future generation really is an opportunity, I think, for us to look at the mechanisms for making sure that the appropriate forecasting and future scenarios are put in place, that we're doing things that adequately anticipate what is going to happen. And there's just a lot of uncertainty out there right now. There are generation resource plans that incorporate technologies that have yet to be developed, that are still in their infancy. There are a lot of resource plans that generically identify types of technologies to be used, but don't necessarily identify the locations for those new assets. And sometimes the geographic zones that can handle those type of renewable resources can span hundreds of miles. And so to put in place firm transmission plans for an uncertain resource portfolio is a difficult task. And so we appreciate that there are enhancements that need to be made to the transmission planning process. We want to make sure that there are appropriate guardrails that protect the ratepayers against the risks associated with planning transmission to yet to be developed geographic zones. We want to make sure that we recognize that there are a lot of differences between the different regions. and that those differences are incorporated into the scenarios that get planned, and make sure that there's enough flexibility to make sure that we aren't building transmission just for the sake of building transmission, that we're doing it with a real purpose and that there are real benefits to be accomplished. With that, I'll turn it back over to you, David.
Thank you, Bryce. Now I'd like to go to Sarah Edmonds.
Thank you, David, and thank you to Chairman Glick, the commissioners, and FERC for having us today. I'm going to provide a little on Portland General's perspective, not necessarily the perspective of other members of the Northern Grid Transmission Planning Organization. PGE has over 900,000 customers in Oregon, over 1,200 miles of transmission. We're in the non-RTO ISO West, and while our transmission system is relatively small compared to our regional neighbors, we're right in the middle of several regional efforts, which are all looking for grid integration solutions aimed at how we're going to achieve clean energy goals and deeper levels of decarbonization. This includes regional transmission planning, it includes market expansion efforts, and also a resource adequacy framework for the West. We all, as PGE, must also meet Oregon's recently passed 100% clean electricity by 2040 standard. Importantly for Portland, our system is highly integrated with the providers around us. Essentially, we are surrounded by Bonneville Power Administration and other providers, so we're extremely dependent on regional approaches for transmission solutions. We do believe that resource adequacy and market expansion frameworks in the West are the right next steps and should be prioritized. They're going to provide insight into how the transmission grid is or is not equipped for the needs of the future using the most relevant metrics, but applying an all of the above lens that has been talked about a lot today, we acknowledge there's room for transmission expansion and consideration of scenarios to help identify approaches to address climate change and other policy drivers. We agree with the commenters today that have advocated for a yes and approach, but we do think there's a role for FERC to provide additional clarity and consistency among regional planning organizations and transmission providers, but also flexibility and room for regional differences. Opportunity for important clarity. It may be helpful and constructive for the industry for FERC to clarify the role and scope of future scenario analysis compared to transmission planning that's geared on a nearer-term basis to inform actions and build decisions in the nearer term. Transmission providers like Portland General were necessarily focused on completion of our plan because it supports the ability for us to move out of the planning phase and into the action phase, and by necessity, and as we all know, building transmission is very difficult out here and really anywhere. Within this context, we've been less focused on a range of longer-term future scenarios and more focused on prioritizing whether the projects that have been identified in the plan are sufficiently stress tested. There also may be concern among transmission providers that broadened scenario analysis could be confused with a responsibility on the part of the transmission provider to have taken action on the scenario outputs instead of being used as part of an open, collaborative exploration of pros and cons associated with certain futures under certain policy scenarios. So if FERC determines to endorse a broadened approach for scenario analysis, Portland General would suggest that it do so in a way that's very clear about the purpose and scope of scenarios and the timelines for that work. It's important to note that this kind of work will take resources, it will take time and additional costs, and this needs to be factored into the overall balance of services and beneficiaries that come out of transmission planning. And finally, I just end with, especially given the diversity of Western players, topology, and policies, scenario analysis really needs to ensure that reliability is the primary output and not be overly focused on public policy outcomes. This was very well stated and explained by Idaho Commissioner Christine Raper during last week's task force meeting. Thanks, David.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you to all the panelists for responding to this first question. And if you were at the start, you may have some additional comments you'd like to add, or really anyone might have some additional insights or comments based on what you've heard. So I would just open it up to the entire panel at this point. If there's any additional comments, I see Aubrey, you may have your hand raised, so we'll go to you first. Thank you.
Sure, thanks, David. There's a lot to unpack there. One of the things that I think I wish we'd do a little bit finer point on when we think about transmission planning, transmission development, is really focusing on the discussion about longer-term planning. Going back to 2014, MISO has approved roughly $2.5 billion every year to support transmission build. So it's not a case of transmission isn't getting built. I think the question that we're really trying to talk about is, how do we take a longer horizon around that? And what are the tools that we would use to do that? In our particular case, again, our futures look at an outcome that's 20 years out. We've revamped our futures in the last 2 years to provide something that we think is robust, will stand over the test of time, and simply needs to be updated as the scenarios change or as elements of the scenarios change. I will say, I think Natalie frames a discussion where I do think doing scenario planning and long-range planning, 10 years is not enough. I might argue whether or not 3 years is too much. This is the part that's also really challenging. I think Cameron had a really key point, which is this is all done in the stakeholder process, and that is very challenging. We have different business goals, different business types, different topography or region, all of the things that are said along that make this very, very difficult to do. And I think we're always trying to also balance the overall cost to the end customer. And so I think this is something that is very valid, very viable. Again, something MISO has been doing since 2007. But I think it is something that takes a lot of effort to get the process in place. And we need to understand the difference that we're trying to accomplish with the scenario-based planning versus the things that need to take place on an annualized basis to ensure system reliability.
Excuse me. Thank you, Aubrey. Now go to Ken Seiler. You have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, David. Just a couple comments around the scenario planning. We obviously can identify any number of scenarios, but I think it's very important to recognize that each region has differences. We have limited concentrations of renewable generation within our footprint. We're certainly not like an area of maybe North or South Dakota or Texas, but we have smaller concentrations, certainly in subzones of our system, where we could develop any number of scenario plans, longer range, out to 15 years perhaps, in order to identify the need. But some of the things to keep in mind here are, after the scenarios are laid out, who decides which scenario or set of scenarios should be chosen by the RTO on the basis of moving forward with some sort of action. And then once the final decision maker is identified, what criteria do we use then to determine whether or not the chosen scenario is the right scenario? And then finally, what kind of regulatory oversight and processes should be established along the way to course correct if we make a decision 15 years out that we need to course correct shorter term, maybe 8 or 10 years out. So those are some, I think, 3 fundamental questions that really need to be answered and really examined furthermore to make sure that we're making the right transmission decisions at the right time. As everybody knows here who's been involved with this industry for many years, things tend to change. Back in the early 2000s, we had large west-east transfers across our system. We were looking at building any number of transmission lines and spending billions of dollars. And had we done that, we may have stranded a number of transmission assets as a result of the Marcellus and Utica shale gas, as a result of having much more distributed energy. And now we're looking at even having offshore generation being built across the footprint. So we have to go into this with eyes wide open, recognizing at the end of the day, somebody has to pay for the transmission, and we have to slate the transmission in those areas. So with that being said, that's all I had, David, on that particular area.
No, thank you, Ken. I appreciate you bringing up those points. They seem like they fit very well. You've gone through all the work hypothetically to conduct these long-term future scenarios, then who is going to make those selections and under what criteria is very important. I do want to go over to Natalie. I see that you have your hand up, so if you'd like to provide a response.
Thanks. There's just a couple things that I wanted to add a response or a little more color on that folks have raised. First of all, concerns around cost and risk for long-range scenario planning. Certainly, there are some risks there. There is a cost to looking farther out, but I think we need to balance that with an understanding that there's also a cost and there's a risk to not doing anything and to having our future scenarios or our future planning being too short-sighted. Folks in the earlier panel, I think, noted the potential for the solutions then to be more piecemeal and not optimized. And I think we really need this longer range look in order to identify solutions that really can result in the least cost delivered energy to consumers. But there's always going to be some level of uncertainty and some level of risk, but that doesn't mean that we can do nothing. The other thing I wanted to note about, how do we come to these scenarios? It's challenging. Aubrey mentioned the stakeholder process. I've been involved in those stakeholder processes for almost 2 decades now. Yes, it's complicated and challenging, but I think that's where this is an opportunity for the Commission to put in place some minimum standards in terms of scenario planning that can give guidance, not necessarily eliminating the potential for flexibility, but giving these minimums. I think Lauren Azar noted some of those in her written comments, but I would highlight a need for the existing utility plans and state laws to be incorporated into every scenario. A minimum set of benefit metrics would be really helpful for all regions and would also create synergies for interregional planning as well, and also a required minimum planning horizon. Those are just some aspects, and I know that there are others that would be helpful. Still within those, I think there's the potential for regional differences. Different states will have different policies, different utilities will have different integrated resource plans that should be reflected in these, et cetera. That's all for now. Thanks.
No, thank you. I see Cameron has his hand raised, so we'll go to him. Oh, I think you might be on mute. Might need to unmute.
I knew I was going to do it at least once, so I think I got it out of my system now, so that's all good. No, I was just going to say, David, thank you so much for, first of all, letting me respond. And I think the points that Ken has raised, the questions that Ken has raised are very important questions that we need to answer. And the point that Aubrey made earlier, that before 2014, MISO was investing $2.4 billion a year in transmission. I think the point is that we are going to invest in transmission, whether we do it as Band-Aid fixes over time or whether we do it ahead, by planning the future. We are going to invest in transmission, and the capital we invest is going to be more efficient if we're looking at it on a longer time base, number one. Number two, when it comes to scenario assessments, I can assure you in my 15-year of transmission planning career, I can assure you that if we're only looking at one scenario, the answer is that's wrong. The forecast is never going to show up to meet that scenario. So the answer there is that you look at multiple scenarios. We'll look at, high electrification forecast versus low electrification forecast, high generation retirement scenario versus low generation retirement scenario. And I think you guys get the idea. And at the end of the day, we bound the problems. And if there are challenges and issues and constraints that are showing up in multiple scenarios, and there are transmission projects or upgrades that address those challenges in multiple scenarios, then I can assure you we're not going to go wrong with that answer. Now, if there is something that's only showing up in a single scenario, then I don't think it would make a lot of sense for us to address it. We probably want to watch that. So I do think there are ways for us to, go about answering those questions concerning are we making the right investments and then who's paying for it. The second thing is the benefit metrics. They need to be expanded. I mean, if every region is trying to solve their capacity resource adequacy, then the only benefit of interregional transmission is energy. And in a longer-term planning horizon, if LMPs go up in one area, they're going to go down in another area, and the net benefit to the customers is zero. But if you expand the planning horizon, you add capacity benefits, emission reduction benefits, energy benefits, then all of a sudden it becomes very clear who the beneficiaries are, and the cost allocation big problem becomes a simpler problem for us to solve. So I think going forward and expanding the planning horizon, expanding the benefit metrics, bringing consistency when it comes to assumptions, criteria, applicability, standards, I think that will definitely address the very important questions that Ken has raised. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Cameron. I'm just scanning here to make sure I haven't missed a hand. But I just wanted to follow up there. It did sound like at the end of your comment, Cameron, that maybe that approach can help address criteria for project selection, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. And at the same time, though, I did want to throw out this issue to the whole panel if they have any thoughts on potential, maybe a minimum set of criteria that could be used for project selection. We'd certainly like to hear your thoughts on that. Go ahead, Ken.
Yeah, thanks, David. I think there's a few things here we could consider, right? So I think we obviously across the nation have been seeing more extreme weather, extreme events occur, and I think we could put some sort of resilience driver in place and look at different scenarios in that space. I think the other thing we could do is certainly, to many of the points that the other panelists have made here today, is look at various interregional transfer criteria. How much transfer capabilities do we need, and why, and under what scenarios? And I think we could come up with some metrics there that would be fairly low-hanging fruit between the interregional and the resilience. Then when you start looking a little bit deeper, and you're looking at what are really the needs of the system, what are your customer needs, and let's develop a record by which we're identifying any trends occurring within our systems, identifying the needs that we're seeing by our customers. We obviously have seen a number of decarbonization corporate goals on behalf of some of the larger top 50 organizations within the world, here within the states, obviously. And I think we could document a record of customer needs and trends and surveys and that sort of thing that would lay out really a vision for us to maybe consider additional scenarios in transmission. And then finally, we have a changing fuel mix, obviously, and that's no secret to anyone. And I think we could look at future generation scenarios. I think we could look at the probability of projects that are already within our queue of moving forward, and then looking at even future generation, perhaps not in our queue, which is even more risky, obviously. But then compare that with future generation retirements. And we could take a look at our fleets, see what potential future generation retirements we have, but recognizing that the system is very dynamic. We've had different units within our system that have given us deactivation notices, only to be followed a month or two later with being reinstated into the portfolio. So the system's dynamic, we have to recognize that, and we can certainly support our states with any number of policy goals that they have in future scenarios, which we do today. And we've done a number of future offshore wind scenarios for our states that have been very fruitful. And I think we can hone this in on a handful of areas that would lead us down the path of developing maybe some tighter scenarios and some criteria by which we would then take action upon. Thank you.
No, thank you, Ken. I would like to go to Karen next, and then after her, Adam.
Great, thank you, David. So echo a lot of what Ken had just said. I think severe weather, I think looking again at the increased intensity and increased frequency of extreme weather, I think that needs to be taken into consideration. It's hard to predict new technologies, but I will say that one of the most important ones that I think the Commission could make a general criteria is, are we using the existing infrastructure to its full capacity or to its full capabilities? I think that, the solution is not always build, build, build. I know that we do need to expand our transmission, but are we looking at our existing transmission to ensure that it is being used to its utmost capability? Another thing, with the changing load profiles as well, we've been hearing for several years that load growth is pretty static, but I think load patterns are going to change. When we're looking at electrification, I think that's going to make a huge impact on, where the demand is and how we get resources to those demands. There are other users. You've got data centers that are huge users of electricity. There are concentrated areas in the country where you tend to see these data centers pop up. In car manufacturing, there's a lot of electrification going on there as well. So I think some of these a little bit more forward-thinking, outside-the-box criteria, not just focused solely on anticipated future generation, but other aspects and other services that we do expect out of our transmission, the resiliency, anticipating the load profile, and also resiliency, making sure that we are building a system that can withstand and bounce back to some of these climate threats that we are seeing.
Thank you, Karen. And I'd like to go to Adam, and I think this may be the last response on this question, and then we'll move on to question 2. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, David. I'll try to make it short. I just thought it'd be a good time to mention, obviously there's a lot of talk about uncertainty and risk and including certain scenarios or making certain decisions around planning, and that's warranted. But uncertainty and risk shouldn't be a deal breaker. That shouldn't be a reason why we don't go down a certain road. Uncertainty and risk can be accounted for. And one way to do that is through scenario planning and robust scenario planning, and including sensitivity analysis as well. So just wanted to make that note that this is one way to account for a lot of the risk and uncertainty that I think has been brought up in various ways in the first panel and today. In addition to that, I just also wanted to reiterate the importance of including public policy provisions in models and in the base case if those public policies are in law and mandated. There's a lot of back and forth on that in the last panel, and I understand the concern I think was raised about if the state changes their laws that govern mandated clean energy targets, such as an RPS. This could bring about a different reality than what was forecasted in planning models that incorporated the original RPS law. However, I think as was pointed out as well, a state changing their RPS law is a rare occurrence. What is more prevalent is that you have more and more states either creating or adding to their RPS laws. And these laws that utilities are laws that utilities must comply with. So as Natalie mentioned, the question is, what would we be doing for our future transmission system by not incorporating these mandated targets into our models? The answer is we continue to underinvest in transmission and handicap, over 30 states whose consumers have already chosen it and frankly demanding a clean energy future. So I just wanted to also reiterate the importance of including public policy provision. Thanks.
Thank you, Adam. Just moving along, we will have time for the chairman and commissioners to ask questions, so we will have to move along a little bit here. Going on to the next question, are there best practices for considering which anticipated future generation projects that have not yet submitted interconnection requests are more likely to be built? And I'll just start this off with targeting just a single panelist, and then folks can jump in through the hand function. So how about if we start this one off with Natalie McIntyre? Is that okay?
Sure, thanks. I think there are good examples of how to incorporate future generation that's not known. I think you first start with utility plans and the public policies that states have put in place. If we ever have a federal policy, of course, that would be included as well. I think you begin then, once you have those assumptions in your future scenarios, with programs like AEGIS or Plexos that can help to identify a resource mix that meets the assumptions of those futures. And once you have that resource mix identified, then move towards identifying the locations of those. Certainly signed GIAs are a great starting point for those locations of those future resources. Then looking towards the interconnection queue for additional locations. And also we've got great resource maps from NREL, et cetera. The other thing that I would highlight here is that there really needs to be a formal process in identifying these resources and identifying the locations for the utilities in the states, in particular because individual states have preferences sometimes for in-state resources. Utilities have particular locations or are looking for particular mixes in their integrated resource plans, and so they should clearly have a role for input here. I think that's most of the process. The other thing that I would highlight is really the opportunity to optimize the future resource locations and transmission. We often think of this as kind of the bathtub or the smile curve. We know that remote generation requires more transmission, but all local generation may not have that same transmission bill, but will have a much higher generation bill because it tends to not be or not have as high capacity factors. So we really need sort of that sweet spot there, and I think that there's an opportunity there to, with some iteration, optimize between the transmission solutions and the generation location. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Natalie. I'm planning to go next to Bryce and then to Jay, but I just want to do a quick check. Karen, was your hand might be up from previous, or were you planning to respond to this also?
My apologies. I need to lower my hand.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, I just want to make sure. And so we'll go to Bryce now and then to Jay. Thanks.
Thank you, David. Like Natalie mentioned, there are certainly milestones associated with the development of generation, whether it's the interconnection agreement or other siting and permitting milestones, or even land acquisition or other things like that, because they could be used to kind of demonstrate the readiness of various generation projects. Another mechanism that might be possible to kind of get a better feel for the reality of certain projects is for them to accept or have some type of subscription process to actually subscribe to the capacity of transmission developments, or even some risk-sharing mechanism for either generation developers or transmission developers that shifts that away from ultimately the load-serving entity and the customers that may bear those costs if that generation doesn't materialize as projected. Thank you.
No, thank you, Bryce. We'll go to Jay and then to Cameron and Sarah.
Thanks. Well, I agree with Bryce, the need for stricter milestones and commitments from generators. We've seen success stories with the CREZ down in Texas in that regard. But I totally agree with what Natalie said about scenarios and how to move forward. I think, planners need to know the locations, types, and quantities of future generation. And by that, I'm thinking way beyond the queue, beyond 10 years. We need to think of, just because of the lead time to build major transmission or to even rebuild existing lines, it takes a long time to get the clearances for the outages that cause a lot of congestion on the system. But these planners need, this information and it should be based upon utility goals and state policies, IRPs, what customers are preferring and committing to in the public as well as other sources. I think you can look at MISO MVP as a good example of how the states worked with the RTO transmission planners as well as stakeholders to determine what a prudent generation forecast should be to drive those MVP projects. I've mentioned the stakeholder process in ERCOT that has been very successful in developing robust scenarios. I think that's a best practice, but I think we can look outside our borders too. I think there's other examples around the world. I'd encourage you to look at TransGrid Energy Vision that is creating 6 robust 30-year scenario-based planning approaches for Australia that are going to drive their grid development. And I think that's a great example of something we can learn from others. With that, I'll close.
Thank you, Jay. We'll go to Cameron next, then Sarah, Aubrey, and Ken.
Hey, thank you, David. So the answer to the question is yes, there are best practices as to how we can model generation beyond the interconnection queue. I think to Jay's point, ERCOT has done that with CORES, MISO has done that with MVP, and then California ISO has done that. And again, you can see that once they did it and they built the transmission that was necessary, projects did connect to that. I think the more difficult question when it comes to best practices, or maybe something that is not addressed as of yet, is that how you resolve that at a national level. I think at a regional level, it's easy. You can look at it and model it. But if everyone is trying to do that regionally, then may not have a very cost-effective, efficient generation profile unless you do that interregionally. What I mean by that is if generation is retiring in, let's say, PJM, and PJM decides all that capacity is going to come from future generation in PJM, that may not be more effective than if PJM wants to go to MISO and say, you have higher capacity factors, can we model more generation there and then reinforce our ties? And to achieve that, again, that best practice, in my opinion, doesn't exist today. At least I haven't seen it in my planning experience. To do that, the interregional entities, the regional entities will have to coordinate a lot more. And again, the transfer capabilities, if they are established, a minimum transfer capability, that may be a good starting point to at least get some optimization around, generation and locating them in an efficient manner. Thanks, David.
Now, thanks, Cameron, for those insights. I would now turn to Sarah.
Thanks, David. I was just going to offer that the process we use in Northern Grid has been characterized at different times by commenters in this very proceeding as a bottom-up approach. It's informed by the IRPs, the load forecasts, the queue inputs from the different members, and that's sometimes been criticized as being an overly constrained approach. But I do want to emphasize that there is value in a regional plan that is inclusive of each provider's discrete needs and their validated inputs, rolled up to identify whether or not we have potential efficiencies. But I certainly would also acknowledge that there's a desire for more of a top-down approach, which is less encumbered by assumptions and data that built up the base case. And there is opportunity here for where scenario analysis could come in, that in my earlier comments really emphasized the importance of guardrails so that transmission providers can be assured of meeting their core open access transmission responsibilities. I think for best practices, one thing that we've discussed is the opportunity for best practices around data. Some of this data is best when it comes from the bottom up, like the reliability needs that are informing the plan. But in other cases, scenario analysis, trying to envision what resources beyond the queue, what technologies, what other load futures are coming into a play. There's an opportunity there where some guidance about consistent data collection, verification processes, or validation could be helpful.
Thank you, Sarah. I would turn to Aubrey Johnson now.
Sure, David, thanks again. I just want to quickly say that one of the things I think we don't talk a whole lot about, but also could be very insightful, is having more information on planned retirements and doing more analysis on where retirements are most likely to occur. As we think about that, that would give us much more insight on how to best utilize the existing transmission system. We ought to be thinking about what kind of energy, what kind of capacity is going to replace that generation, what kind of attributes are there as well too. So one of the areas that I don't know that we spend enough time thinking about future scenarios is what's actually going to happen in the retirement space.
Thank you, Aubrey. I'd like to go to Ken.
Thank you, David. One of the things I just wanted to mention real briefly was we had laid out a stakeholder process where we had looked at the cost allocation for the interconnection of generation above and beyond the participant funding model that we use today. And one of the things that got a lot of interest, frankly, from a number of our stakeholders was something I think Bryce had mentioned before around a subscription model, such that if you have any number of generators who impact a specific facility, that may be the need, or that may be a driver to maybe reinforcing that particular facility, then advancing those renewables or those generators that are impacting that line, thus helping our states advance their renewable portfolio goals that they may have. And that's one method that I think could be deployed, where we would still continue to not saddle the consumer with any unnecessary cost or transfer the risk from the generator to the load. That could be deployed in a way they think that we had really laid out within our advanced NOPR comments, among 5 other options there. So I think there are some ideas around a subscription model that may bear some fruit, that really tries to balance the risk for both the consumers as well as the generators who are interconnecting to the system.
Thank you, Ken. Yes, it definitely seems like a very interesting, potentially fruitful concept to help balance that risk. Like to move on to question 3 at this point, where we are pushing up against a time where we will see questions from chairmen and commissioners. But I am going to turn this question over to my colleague, Matt Butner.
Hi, Dave. Thank you. This is Matt Butner from the Policy Office. I'm going to be asking question 3 from the supplemental notice for the tech conference. This is very much a nut and bolts type of question about the time horizon. States, how far into the future should projections be made when creating long-term scenarios? Does an optimal long-term transmission planning horizon exist? And what are the advantages and disadvantages to longer or shorter long-term transmission planning horizons? So, very straightforward question. I think, some straightforward answers are appreciated. I'll note, as Cameron and some others mentioned earlier in this panel, there are several ways to use long-term scenarios. For example, scenarios can be informational or they can direct action. So with this in mind, panelists, it would be terrific if you can please make clear the extent to which your answer depends on an assumption of how scenarios will be used in the transmission planning process. So we targeted Natalie, Jay, and Bryce to answer this question, and we invite all panelists to answer it with the raise hands function. I see, Bryce, you have your hand up, so we can start with you.
Thank you. As I think about an example of what we, the last 20 years, if we were planning in 2001 for 2021, for example, if we thought about a 2020 or a 20-year horizon, in 2001, here in the Desert Southwest anyway, we couldn't build combined cycles fast enough. And so with that thought process in mind, we probably would have built all the transmission to be adjacent to gas pipelines. And that probably would have been the wrong answer. So 20 years seems like a long time, and there's a lot of uncertainty in a 20-year horizon. I think I get back to your point about, whether the time horizon should be actionable or informational. I think we certainly need to look out as far as the siting and permitting process takes. So if we estimate that that's going to take 7 or 8 years, we certainly need to be looking at least that far out. As we look at doubling that or tripling that, I think those type of time horizons need to be more informational. And maybe an example is, if we see a need 10 years out for a new line, and we also see a need for an adjacent line, 20 years out, that might be appropriate to build the first circuit on a set of towers that are going to be easily expandable to handle the second circuit. So that might be the type of information that a 20-year horizon might inform versus a 10-year horizon. Thanks.
Great, thank you. That was informative. Next, we'll go to Natalie.
Thanks, Matt. I would agree with some of what Bryce said there in terms of the actionable aspects of this. We definitely know that the whole process, planning, permitting, construction, takes an extended period of time, especially for larger regional lines. And that's why we really need to get ahead of this planning and this whole process. So I think we really do need actionable plans that go out up to 20 years. It may be that in some instances we identify in those 20-year planning horizons that some transmission solutions may not be needed for 12 to 15 years, and those could be adjusted as the scenario planning is rerun or is adjusted every few years. But we really do need to be able to take action on these longer-term planning assessments in order for the transmission to be in place when it's needed. I think the challenge we have in looking only at the short term is that we may have a little bit more accuracy, but we don't end up with the solutions when we need them. So I would argue 20 years, possibly 25 years for an appropriate planning horizon. The other thing that I would note here is that there are some instances, and offshore wind on the eastern seaboard is one of those, where I think it's really important that we take the long-term view. There are identified locations for offshore wind that will be in place in terms of leases and a certain amount of gigawatts that states in the eastern seaboard have already identified. And it would not be cost-effective for consumers to plan for the transmission needed to serve that offshore wind resource if we do it on a short-term basis and we don't take the long-term view to optimize the transmission solutions there. Back to you.
Great, I appreciate that. I'll go to Karen next.
Yes, thanks, Matt. And I'm not going to repeat a lot of what my panelists have said, so I'll go a little bit, focus more on the advantages and disadvantages of both, short-term or long-term planning. I think, as consumers, we are relatively risk-averse, but do understand that we do need to plan bigger and we need to look further in the future. Of course, the further out you go, there's less certainty, and so there is more risk. So, of course, consumers get a little bit more nervous. But I think, as suggested by panelists, as long as we are continuously reviewing some of those long-term plans, they will be the informational plans. And, for the short term, because of the siting and permitting taking as long as it does, when we're planning for issues that are happening now and are not, 10 years from now, when the transmission that's built 10 years from now is for an issue that we see today. And so we really don't want to be planning on that short-term horizon because, we'll continue this sort of piecemeal Band-Aid approach of just taking care of things as they arise. So again, I couldn't put a year on it. 2025 sounds, plausible. Again, we would need to continuously, relook at those projections and adjust as needed. But again, it is difficult because of the certainty, and consumers definitely get nervous, when things aren't as certain as they should be. But do understand we do need to do that long-term planning, or else we're not going to get to the big transmission that we need for the future. Thank you, Matt.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Karen. Appreciate that perspective. And I slipped my tongue. Sarah, it would be great to hear from you next.
Thank you. A lot of great stuff has been provided by the panel, so not a lot worth really repeating, just to emphasize that Portland General sees the space for scenario planning somewhere between the 10 and 20-year time frame, but beyond 20 years, because of that increased risk of uncertainty, certainly identifying the possibility of more unreasonable or unwieldy results. And for that reason, we do feel that scenario analysis is best used as information to inform what different approaches for achieving policies look like. And that's really important for our region, for the West, because we do have quite a disparate, diverse set of policy objectives out here. Definitely appreciating the space this conversation is making for the potentially broadened use of scenario analysis, but also really wanting to be clear that it needs to be limited, it needs to have some guardrails so that we can make sure transmission providers can deliver on their core open access business. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Let's go with Cameron, then Jay, then Adam, then Ken. Seems like there's quite a few hands.
Hey, thank you, Matt. I think I absolutely agree with all the other panelists that the farther out in the future you go, the more uncertain things become. But the fact is, the farther out in the future you plan and then you take action, the more certain your assumptions and inputs become, because now things are becoming real, right? So what I mean by that is, if I'm planning in the future and I'm building transmission to ensure interconnection of generation, then that generation is able to now interconnect all of a sudden. That's what we've seen in ERCOT. That's what we saw in MVP. So in our opinion, minimum actionable analysis that is needed from a sensitivity and scenario perspective is 20 years. And that also aligned very well with, most of the new technologies that we're seeing and how far out they, in my opinion, survive, right? For example, battery storage, 20 to 25 years, we got to go back and, reinvest in those technologies. Of course, when you look at some traditional technologies like transmission, their lifespan is 80 years. So, of course, we're never going to be able to, I think, get to 80 years out. It'd be nice if we can. But at least 20 years aligning with the new technologies, inverter-based technologies and battery storage technologies, I think it would make a lot of sense. And if we don't do that, then we're not really sending the signals to the market, in my opinion, for where they have certainty to build. And that would result in us just having the same issues where hundreds of millions of dollars of upgrades are needed to connect a 200 to 300 megawatt wind farm, which really doesn't make any sense, from a planning perspective. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Cameron. It's fun to think about where we'll be in 80 years. So we'll do Jay, Adam, and then Ken.
Thanks. I agree totally with Cameron and a lot of the other comments from others, especially Karen and Natalie. But I think we need to at least look out 20 years and use scenario-based planning. Just look at the lead time to get a new project approved, permitted, constructed and in the field and in service as part of a network. It takes a long time, so we can't look at just actionable plans for the next 5 or 10 years. We've got to look out maybe 20 years, maybe even 25. We got reliability needs that need to be assessed and mitigated in the next 5 to 10 years. But I think we have to look at a longer term horizon, maybe up to 25 years, just to make sure we get the right projects built in the right corridors to address not only our near-term needs, but also our future needs. One of the things I think we have as an opportunity for us to take advantage of is a lot of the aging infrastructure that exists today. Over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, a lot of the existing transmission infrastructure is going to be rebuilt. We can do things with advanced transmission technologies to greatly enhance the power density and the capability in existing corridors to support these futures. The states have goals that are very far out, and these transmission assets are going to last a long time. So we need to look very long term in terms of informational analysis, and I think actionable analysis out 15, 20 years would be a good start. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jay, seeing the time, I think I will turn it over to Dave to see if the commissioner...
Sure. Oh, yeah, thanks, Matt. Before we do that, given the time frame, I'll just jump to question 4 and see if I just get a couple of responses there, and then we'll go over to the chairman and commissioners. And question 4 is, to the extent the commission requires public utility transmission providers to perform long-term scenario planning, what are the advantages and disadvantages of the commission establishing uniform prescriptive requirements governing the approach to long-term scenario planning that each transmission provider must adopt versus allowing greater flexibility and approaches to long-term scenario planning. And I'll just target this one for Cameron Ali and Ken Seiler. And if you could please be brief, I know it's a tough question, but there's been a lot of great discussion and we're kind of running up against the time here.
Sure, Ken, you want to go first?
Please, if you want to go, please do.
Sure, I can do that. So, David, it's a very, very interesting question. And again, I think, you know, there are absolutely many advantages or disadvantages. Of course, you know, I think there were points made earlier that if we try to do this every year or every other year, I think it's going to be too much. At the same time, if we try to do it every 10 years, I think it's going to be too little. Our thinking is in AEP that once every 3 years makes a lot of sense because there are stakeholder inputs that are needed, not only from transmission owners and load-serving entities, but also from distribution wholesale customers as to what is happening on their grid, you know, how their loads is transforming, how their distribution technologies are transforming. So I feel that 3 years is going to be an appropriate time. I also think that it has to be consistent across the region. So it can't be that MISO is doing their planning analysis in 2025 and then PJM does it in 26 because the assumptions are not going to align and then the results won't align. And if the results don't align, the solutions won't align. So again, I think it's very important for FERC to not only establish the minimum 3 years, but also ensure that the balancing authorities are doing this analysis in the same planning cycles so that the results and the solutions can align. Thank you again, David.
Thank you. And I believe Ken and then Aubrey, and then I believe we'll have to wrap this one up.
Thank you, David. Just real briefly, I agree. I think every 3 years is a proper time frame. I think we need to be taking a look as things continue to evolve. Obviously, policies continue to change across our states as well as our federal government. And we'd like to be able to build out transmission to make the grid more reliable, much more resilient, no matter what the policies are within the region. But I think to Cameron's point, it's very important to align on that time frame, and then we could certainly align with our neighbors in terms of what the assumptions are with generation in the future, as well as generation retirement, as well as what public policy needs we have that we're trying to accommodate as part of the planning process. So with that, I'll close out my thoughts on that, David.
Thank you, Ken. And Aubrey, did you have something to add here?
Yes, thanks, David. So I just want to go along with that and also state that if we think about that, I think it's important, and this came up earlier, to have some concepts of minimum types of things that should be part of that consideration if we're doing it every 3 years. However, I would suggest that having a very prescriptive directive around what that includes might actually make the process longer. You know, a one-size-fits-all might be great and give some complete direction all across the board, but it might make working within the stakeholder process more complicated. So we would support, you know, something on a 3-year interval and also some minimum guidelines about what should be included.
Thank you, Aubrey. I just wanted to open it up now to the chairman and commissioners. I know that Chairman Glick has been called away. So I would like to go to Commissioner Danley and then Commissioner Clements to see if there are any questions. I believe you can go ahead, Commissioner Clements. I don't see Commissioner Danley connected. So you may need to unmute. Yeah, we're still not able to hear you.
Hear me? Yes, great. Sorry, I lost camera. One or the other. Skipping down to question 7, thinking about some unique, challenges related to resilience reliability. I've heard some of you mention, I think maybe Cameron at least, the interregional transfer capability and the need to be planning on that front. I'm curious if you can provide some more specificity of how that translates into the regional side of the planning process, or beyond, if required.
Sorry, Commissioner Clements, I didn't fully understood your question, but I'm going to rephrase just so that I'm hoping everybody on the panel understands it. I think you're asking about the interregional transfer capability and how that would align with the regional planning processes. Is that correct assumption on my part?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So Commissioner, I mean, again, both the interregional and regional planning processes, at least in our opinion, they need to have the same planning horizon, so they need to be 20 years out. Also, the assumptions and the criteria and the standards need to have alignment among the regions at minimum. Of course, there are certain things that will have to be flexible around. I mean, we can't expect every region to add certain number of renewables if they don't have the right capacity factors because they don't have the potential for that, right? So there needs to be some flexibility around that, but at least the standards and the criteria need to be very consistent. And what I mean by that is that if we just look at NERC transmission planning standard today, that is the bare minimum transmission planning standard that utilities and transmission owners and RTOs utilize today to assess the adequacy of the grid and determine what transmission upgrades are needed. And I'll promise you, there are no two regions in the country that apply that the same. For example, in PJM, and kudos to PJM for doing that, they would assess N-1/-1 events, and if they see any issues around the grid, they'll go fix them. On the other hand, SPP will look at it, and if they see any issues, they'll see if the load can be curtailed, and if load curtailment is local, then that's not a problem. On the other hand, ERCOT will do the analysis, but they would never, look at what load curtailment is needed or what transmission fixes are needed. So our thinking is that if we have consistency in standards and guidelines and practices, then they would complement each other. The regional planning process, as well as the interregional transmission capacity that is needed at minimum, that will be part of that holistically. On the other hand, if the scenarios are not aligned, benefits are not aligned, criteria is not aligned, then I think we're going to have what we have today, where really in regions there are billions of transmission projects that are getting done, but when you look at interregional, it's very scant transmission getting built. I think that will be the challenge if there is no alignment in the assumption, standards, criteria, and scenarios. That's my thinking. Thanks, Commissioner Clements. Anybody else wants to take that?
I see Sarah has her hand raised.
Thank you. And just in terms of unique challenges, this is an area for the West, especially where I point out that this is where the worlds of regional transmission planning and what we're trying to do in setting up a regional resource adequacy framework really collide, where I think it's fair to say the entire industry is trying to figure out what sort of extreme weather events coming from climate change need to be incorporated into a planning framework that has been fairly well established in terms of using some common approaches. And I think for the West, it's especially critical because we're just trying to set up this program initially. We don't even have that basic approach today for a large part of the West. And so our priority is getting that program set up using traditional approaches. But we have many stakeholders already asking us to go to the next level. And then, of course, the question becomes what transmission solutions are going to be needed to deliver those extreme weather event scenarios. This is an area where minimum guidance could be helpful. Any kind of guidance about what to do in this very complicated and extremely quick changing world. The other thing I'd note is in terms of challenges, the demand side of the equation is also very complex when you look at the kinds of deep levels of electrification and other changes to traditional load that we see out here in our service territory. Understanding what that side of the equation looks like, in addition to the resource, is just as important and oftentimes just as complex. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Jay. Would you like to respond as well? And then Aubrey.
Thank you, Commissioner Clements. A great question. As ERCOT, as well as MISO South and SPP experienced during Storm Uri in February, You really want to be part of a robust grid that expands beyond the size of large weather systems. None of the RTOs are larger than the size of a large weather system. The importance of this, it will only increase even with you installing a lot of batteries and other things, since these weather patterns extend for periods that grossly exceed the capabilities of a 4-hour battery. So we need to be able to lean on our neighbors and our neighbors' neighbors. To do that, we're going to have to do additional analysis and incorporate, extreme weather as part of the sensitivities and maybe even scenarios to make sure that our plans in the future are robust and meet our resiliency needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Now, Aubrey.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to add very quickly, I think there are a couple of things that I'd like to see us think about as well, too. When we think about having increased levels of renewable penetration, recognizing that means that you're going to have different levels of renewable penetration within each region. So that matters a lot about what other resources are there to support them. And one of the things that we're focused on with our long-range transmission planning efforts is understanding transfer capability within the MISO region and with our neighbors as well, too. My last point that I'd like to think about that I think Sarah raised, that I don't know that we're spending enough time talking about the impact of electrification and what that's going to do when you think about the different resources that are going to come to bear to serve that load. Part of our futures, with our Future 1, we assign all of our growth to electrification of the transportation sector. And then with Future 3, we're seeing growth with basic electrification along all levels. And so one of the things I think we have to think about as we look forward is to understand the impact on electrification and what that might do for our overall system needs.
No, thank you. I think we may need to go to, Commissioner Clements, if there's no further questions. Given the time, we may need to go to Commissioner Christie to see if he has a question.
Sure. Yeah, I'll just you. I'm sorry. Were you done, Allison?
I'm okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Sorry. Yeah, I want to start with Ken Seiler and Aubrey Johnson from PJM and MISO, and I want to return to the question I asked earlier at the first panel, and that is what, we've heard a lot about the delays in the queues and the problem you all are being inundated, with applications and causing delays. What are you all doing at this point? I'll start with Ken. You mentioned some of this in your comment, PJM comment. What are you all doing to try to engage in some interconnection queue reforms? And the bigger question right now is, how can FERC facilitate what you're doing and not get in the way? We certainly don't want to get in the way. Should it be on a parallel track? What's your all thoughts on FERC doing something through a NOPR on interconnection reform? So we'll start with Ken Seiler from PJM.
Thank you, Commissioner Christie. Yeah, and we've been at this for about a year now in terms of interconnection reforms, and we're taking a look at the processes internal to how to interconnect generation to provide a quicker speed through the queue, frankly, as well as provide more cost certainty. And we've been at it with our stakeholders, and we have some really good ideas on how to interconnect the generation in the future. The issue now is the transition. How do we get through from the queue that we have today and the process that we have today to the new process that we have our stakeholders largely aligned to? So we're looking at a number of changes here to provide a little less flexibility for our generation customers that are in the queue. Look at any number of ways to be first ready to be first out so that we can interconnect generation when it's ready, as well as streamline the overall process to ensure that we have real generation in the queue and not speculative generation as we oftentimes do today. So we're looking at a number of reforms. We have large agreement on future processes. However, we're working now with our stakeholders to go through the transition to the new process. With that being said, we also are looking at a number of cost allocation policy changes and options that we submitted as part of our comments for the ANOPR in terms of ways to interconnect generation, perhaps in addition to the participant funding models and in addition to the state agreement approach that we've executed with the state of New Jersey for offshore wind. So two real key initiatives. Our hope is, and our ask of FERC is, that we continue to allow us to move forward with the interconnection reforms and the changes we have in mind there, as well as then working with us on any number of future policy changes that may be required in order to accommodate additional generation within the queue.
Mr. Johnson?
Thank you, Commissioner Christie. I'll piggyback a little bit off of what Ken's already laid out. I think the key things for us are the implementation of site control. We've also increased the deposits that are required. And right now, we're currently working on a process that will basically bring our whole interconnection agreement process within 375 days. The major hurdle there is reducing the amount of time that we spend on our generator interconnection agreement negotiations. And so we are looking to, I don't have off the top of my head when we will make some changes off of that, but we expect that to be a major hit for us as well too. So those are the things I think that we see going in that will have great benefit. The other thing I'd remark is that we do have to recognize that although we're putting forth great efforts to minimize the number of projects that really aren't viable, a lot of that does fill up the queue. When we look at what we're seeing, our current queue has 151 gigawatts in it for a 175 gigawatt system. So again, a lot of that is speculative. We think the things we're doing, site control, increased deposits, and other things like that, will reduce some of that. And if you reduce some of that, you'll also improve your overall cycle.
Well, do either one of you think there's a problem with FERC moving forward with a general type of NOPR? I mean, again, I think PJM asked us to just pause it, but you know, the country's bigger than PJM, obviously. I mean, is there a problem you all see with FERC moving forward as long as we keep it general enough to not get in your way, so to speak?
Yeah, the only thing I'd say there from our perspective is we're pretty close to having some solutions here. We certainly want to stay focused on that. Having something, at least in the short term right now, could be a little bit problematic just due to the number of folks that we have working on the reform that we have in mind. If it was something maybe towards the middle to end of next year, that may be more appropriate, at least for us, based on where we're at with any number of changes here that we plan to submit to you all.
And I'd have to echo that as well too. We will file for our changes at the end of this month, and so I think it's an opportunity for those to see what that impact that has, rather than have to start something else all over to support any proposed changes.
Okay. Well, I got about a million other questions, but I'll hold off since it's break time. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Christie. I just wanted to, Commissioner Clemenza, was there another question? Do you have a minute?
No, it's okay. I see Sarah's hand still raised. I'm not sure if she meant to have it, but otherwise I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Really thank all the panelists for an excellent discussion. Really excellent insights, and a very thoughtful discussion. Definitely will help the Commission in thinking about these important issues. So if you could please sign out from the WebEx, and if you'd like to continue just viewing the conference through the internet connection. Thank you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. My name is Tim Bielecki, and I'm from the Commission's Office of Energy Policy and Innovation. I will be helping to moderate this panel along with Michael Higgins, who's also from the Office of Energy Policy and Innovation, Michelle Veloso from the Commission's Office of Electric Reliability, and John Reel from the Commission's Office of Energy Market Regulation. Let's get started with the third panel for the day, entitled Identifying Geographic Zones with High Renewable Resource Potential for Use in Regional Transmission Planning Processes. Just to repeat a few reminders from earlier today on panel structure, we will begin this panel by asking each panelist to respond to an initial agenda question. After all panelists have had a chance to respond, we will proceed with a more open panelist discussion session. During the discussion session, if the chairman or other commissioners have a follow-up question, we welcome them to either use the raise hand function or just unmute and interject. And we will also try and leave a little bit more time than we have I know that commissioners have been very engaged, and we appreciate all of their time today participating in this technical. So as we begin with our initial questions, we just want to remind participants one more time to refrain from any discussion of pending contested proceedings. If anyone engages in discussions that are a little bit too close to contested pending proceedings, we will, a staff member will interrupt the discussion, ask the speaker to avoid that. With that intro, I will now turn it over to Mike to introduce our panelists and to begin us with the first agenda question.
Thanks. My name is Michael Higgins, and I'm from the Policy Office, as Tim said. I will now introduce our distinguished panelists for this third panel. First, David Hurlbut, Senior Analyst of the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. Neil Miller, Vice President of Infrastructure and Operations Planning at the California ISO. Antoine Lucas, Vice President of Engineering, Southwest Coal Incorporated. Al Tamini, Vice President of Transmission Planning, Policy, and Compliance, Sunflower Electric Power Corporation. Jeffrey Cook, Vice President of Transmission Planning and Asset Management and Chief Engineer at Bonneville Power Administration. Deborah Liu, Associate Director of Energy Systems Integration Group. Judy Yugman, Commissioner of the Virginia State Corporation Commission. And then finally, John B. Lewis, Manager Director, Native American Energy at Avant Energy. Okay, I will now begin with our first question. Should the Commission require public utility transmission providers to implement processes to identify geographic zones that may host large amounts of anticipated future generation to facilitate regional transmission planning to integrate this generation? We will start with David Hurlbut.
Well, thank you very much, and it's an honor to be with you all today. I'm a senior analyst at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. Prior to joining NREL, I was a senior economist at the Texas Public Utilities Commission, where I led the creation of the Competitive Renewable Energy Zone model. Now, the Commission has asked several questions about CREZ, and I can speak to those questions. There have been attempts to emulate the CREZ model, but unfortunately, most of those attempts began from a misunderstanding of what we did. Many seem to think it's enough to simply draw zones on a map and wait for the magic to happen. So to be crystal clear, the idea was never, if you build it, they will come. Anyone who thinks that doesn't really understand what we did. For an accurate description of the CREZ model, I would refer you to the U.S. Department of Energy's comments in this docket. Now, the CREZ model can't be forklifted into another market. It was made for Texas. But there were principles guiding us at the time that I believe will help FERC address the issues raised in this docket. And Dewey's comments explain those lessons. Here, I'd like to formulate those lessons into a general three-step process responsive to questions 1 and 2, 6, and 7. Step 1, the provider should get a bead on demand for which commercial interest is known. Aggregate demand across neighboring transmission providers, and then double that total for a number that represents future demand over a 30-year horizon. Now, uncertainty is unavoidable, and guidance from stakeholders and state commissions will be very critical to dealing with that uncertainty in a manner that supports the public interest. Step 2, use that demand to evaluate and pick preferred interregional renewable energy zones. Find the best developable resources. Make sure each zone is large enough relative to demand so that no single developer or no group of developers can clog up the interconnection queue or otherwise make it hard for competitors to enter the market. The preferred zones have to be matched to known commercial interests. This is really important because otherwise they'll have about as much weight as a letter to Santa Claus. Step 3, conduct production cost modeling that compares the best interregional transmission solution with the best solution offered by business as usual planning. This data will help to see which options are the most likely to result in outcomes that are just and reasonable. Regions should have flexibility to construct their scenarios that reflect their own particular circumstances, but testing interregional options should be a basic requirement. Now, these principles reflect what we did in the CREZ process. Our aim 15 years ago was to fashion an approach to transmission expansion that was visionary, consistent with the principles of market competition, and at the same time realistic and within the reach of law. The development that we see in Texas today, including solar and battery storage as well as wind, is evidence that the competitive market can drive renewable energy expansion if the transmission system is built to support it. Thank you, and I look forward to the discussion.
Oh, thank you. Next, Neil Miller.
Thank you, and thank you for the chance to speak to this issue today. So at the ISO, we do strongly support, of course, the identification of areas of generation development interest. This has been part of our process now for many years. It's critical to getting us to where we've come and where we see that we need to get to. We do see the need, though, as well for flexibility for the various regions and participants for how they achieve that outcome. We do expect that for many of our neighbors, first and foremost, they need to take a look at those issues in the context of meeting their own needs first and then exploring the opportunities for coordination and collaboration to take it beyond that. We also do see a strong role for the states in helping identify those areas of development, especially for renewable generation. And we've had the benefit of a strong coordination with the state agencies in California in their roles of planning, doing the resource planning for the jurisdictional entities in the state. So I'll leave it there for now and look forward to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Antoine Lucas.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be here today. Southwest Power Pool thinks that there could be a lot of merit to this potential requirement, assuming that the appropriate parties are included in the process to ensure that many of the different factors that should be considered in making such a determination has the right information to make the appropriate decisions. We also believe that there should be flexibility, and that flexibility is really intended to ensure that stakeholders, the RTO, others, have the tools that they need to be able to work through regional and even sub-regional specific issues that may impact the way those decisions are made. From the SVP perspective, we're really big on collaboration and collective problem solving. We just believe that's the best way to identify solutions that really can withstand the rigor of vetting from the inception of transmission projects all the way until those projects are energized and placed into service. In the development of these zones, we really believe that there should be a strong consideration of the end-use customer. Who is the energy or the power going to be supplied to, so that can inform so many of the downstream decisions that need to be made from a policy perspective. And that goes both on the technical side of things, how solutions are developed, what types of benefits need to be considered in the evaluation, and then ultimately the determination of cost-sharing proposals that parties find to be mutually agreeable and create the opportunity for this to work as I believe it is intended. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Al Tamimi?
Yeah, thank you. Good evening.
appreciate you inviting us, Sunflower Electric, to be on this format. We are a GNT utility in Western Kansas, and we are one of those zones. Currently, we have about 350% wind penetration. So I've seen it live and I lived it. But again, to respond to your question, yes, we do believe we should identify these areas early enough, though, to avoid missing out on opportunities in generation development and proactively identifying optimal transmission so customers save money. Like what David and others mentioned, identifying the markets, identifying where the generation should be, and getting the commitment is important. But identifying these zones early enough is a key. It's actually a very important thing. As we experienced here in Western Kansas, when we projected the first wind wave that we put in, we were projecting about 1.5 gigawatts, and now we're pushing 4 gigawatts. So the transmission that we build, based on the assumptions from the get-go, now we have a lot of the congestion, curtailment issues. It would have been good if we identify those levels early on, so this way we're not backtracking and trying to figure out what's best for the system now. So that's ultimate interest to us, and I do believe the RTOs and the commission should jump on identifying these zones. That's my remarks for now.
Thank you. Jeffrey Cook.
Good afternoon, and thank you for participation in this panel today. So I, like others from the Bonneville Power Administration, support the formation of these zones. I think from what we've heard and what we've seen, it's important and a critical aspect as we look at the balancing of the supply and demand factors that we have out there. Certainly Bonneville being in a market with a non-RTO and ISO approach, these zonal approach will become critical for us and helpful as we look at areas where these renewable resources can be acquired from. Certainly, I think Antonio said we need to look at it as a holistic approach. Certainly need to be bringing in the IOUs, the local utilities, PMAs, the labs, as David had said, from the research that they're available to do, transmission operators and developers, as well as the regional planning organizations. Here in the Northwest, we have Northern Grid, who's key to a lot of our regional planning that we've done. But part of this, I think, is, as we heard in the previous panels, is setting a kind of a framework and best practice guidelines as part of the zonal development, and then certainly having the flexibility for specificity, but having the from the FERC and Commission side setting some guidelines for us. So thank you. That concludes my comments for this opening. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Deborah Liu.
Thank you, and thank you to the Commission for having me participate. Yes, we should forecast demand and generation. We should define geographic energy zones, and we should proactively plan and build transmission to these zones to save money. We want to save money on the cost of energy so that we can access higher quality resources, like was done in the CREZ process that David mentioned, and Tehachapi that Neil Miller is familiar with, and the MISO MVP that was already discussed. We want to save money on transmission by exploiting economies of scale, such as higher voltage facilities. And we want to save money by more optimally planning the transmission network for a portfolio of generators, similar to what Al just mentioned. The second main reason for the zone process is the timelines of transmission are so much longer than for generation. Transmission infrastructure has to be anticipatory, right? Nobody builds a housing development first and then tries to sell the houses and then later builds roads to that, right? You build the road infrastructure first and then developers go in with their developments. When you fly into DC, there's clusters of office buildings a mile apart because that's where the metro stops are. And the same kind of dynamic is playing out globally. For example, Australia, their RTO has identified energy zones, and they're in the process of identifying the timing and the staging to coordinate the generation and the transmission so that they reduce overall costs. In the EU, there's 28 countries that jointly conduct 10-year network planning to look at resource and transmission expansion, with the energy zones being conducted on a national level. It was noted earlier today that by someone that longer-term studies don't show large projects as economic. We have found the opposite. We find that forward-looking studies out of MISO, out of MIT, out of NREL, out of Princeton, consistently find that transmission infrastructure that delivers resources to loads and enables aggregation of resources and loads over wider footprints is essential for our triple goals of affordability, reliability, sustainability. And I know people worry that transmission costs are going to increase, but transmission costs alone should not be the focus. Rather, you want to look at system-wide electricity costs or customer bills as the metric. The reason is you can pay a little more for transmission, and that can unlock much bigger savings through generation capacity and operations. Just as an example, the CREZ transmission that David mentioned contributed to transmission charges increasing by $6 per megawatt hour, but also to energy prices decreasing by more than twice that amount. Now, you'd have to do analysis to isolate exactly the CREZ impact, but I also note that average residential rates in Texas increased less over the last decade than the U.S. as a whole. And with that, I'll end my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, Commissioner Judy Yugman.
Good afternoon. I'm Judy Yogman, Chairman of the Virginia State Corporation Commission and this year's President of NARUC, and I want to thank you for including me on this panel of expert technical witnesses. I've heard many of you speak before, and it's indeed a pleasure to be with you. I told planners my comments would be a little more general in keeping with my areas of expertise, so I want to start by thanking you for this opportunity to address the Commission. And from NARUC's perspective, the ANOPR comments were filed addressing interconnection and the other major issues of planning, cost allocation, and cost containment. Additionally, NARUC appreciates your interest and support of the FERC-NARUC Transmission Task Force that also addresses these issues. Last week's meeting was informative for all involved. From both of these, a major takeaway is that the states are ready to work on transmission issues. As Arkansas Chairman Ted Thomas said, we have been studying and thinking about these topics for some time. Other major NARUC takeaways are cost and reliability matter, and regional differences must be considered, concepts I've heard already today and throughout this conference. These concepts sound simple, but achieving them will require much work from many disciplines. I'm now in my third term on the Virginia Commission, and during this time we've approved over 100 transmission lines. This is hard work that must be thoughtfully done to continue the provision of safe, affordable, reliable electric service. With respect to Virginia and the interconnection queue, I understand that PJM recognizes this is an issue and is working to explore changes to resolve long wait times and many of the issues I've heard discussed this morning. Suggestions for exploration include increased requirements to be in the queue and building transmission in resource-rich areas. Virginia will participate in these discussions. As many of you know, Virginia passed legislation in 2020 that requires our largest electric utilities to participate in RPS programs that attach to 100% of energy sales by 2045 and 2050. Some of the options to reach compliance will no doubt come with associated transmission costs. To the extent Virginia customers will be paying directly or indirectly for PJM transmission upgrades to achieve our 100% RPS requirements, paying for additional transmission not needed for this mandate will no doubt garner debate. This is just another way of saying what I've already heard this morning, that facts and regional differences matter greatly. And Virginia, the organization of PJM states, we are look forward to working with you on these very important issues. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, we'll have John Lewis.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for including me in this panel. As background, I guess to preface my introduction statements, I am from the Gila River Indian community here in Arizona, very close to Phoenix. I served as the board chairman for our electric utility, which is Gila River Indian Community Utility Authority, GRICUA. So this is a full-service utility. There aren't many full-service tribal utilities in the nation, and the few that there's under 15 of them across the country. Many of them range in all sizes and levels of capacity in terms of transmission and resource generation. So I work with many tribes across the country on energy planning issues, which includes transmission and also utility scale generation projects. So with those things, kind of that background set, I think there's a couple things that I guess I'd like to lay out kind of as food for thought. Number one is a tribal overview of FERC and where tribes, the relationship with FERC, and also where tribes are positioned in that conversation. And just in general, tribes, I think, have a very unclear relationship with FERC, and that's no one's fault. But I believe that this has to do with FERC being a regulatory body, an instrument of the United States government, and tribes are, they have a sovereign status. And so that is always, those borders are always, the fences are always kind of moving, and it depends on what state and what situation this is in terms of energy and energy planning and regional transmission planning. Tribes are stakeholders, and if FERC is acting on, the authority of the United States government, there is a level of trust responsibility. So this federal trust responsibility dictates that tribes must be viewed as stakeholders. They have to be engaged. And this must be an ongoing process. It can't be a one-off type of thing that would depend on the, what administration is in the office. It has to be a consistent and ongoing, meaningful engagement. It has to be direct engagement and active consultation from the very beginning of the process to the end. And I think tribes want that. I think there is a perception that that tribes may, want to stop everything, or something along those lines, and that's not the case. I think there are many tribes that want to participate in the transmission planning process. Many tribes have interest in multiple states. You have the Navajo Nation, which is spread out over 4 states. You have multiple tribes along the Colorado River that are both in California and in Arizona, so they could participate in CAISO or in the market in Arizona. So there's a lot of different situations, and I think it's going to take a very direct effort on the part of FERC to reach out to those tribes, communicate that with them, and engage with them to increase this consultation. So with all that said, I think in terms of transmission planning, I've always looked at the CREZ zones in Texas as a model, and I do understand it's not you can't just drop it in anywhere, but I do like the driving principles of that, and I think that could be applicable. Tribes are very spread out across the country in multiple jurisdictions, and so you will have to have a very dynamic and a very flexible stakeholder process for tribes to have their interests heard. I will say that in terms of models out there that could be looked at, there are a few. And you look at, in CAISO, for instance, FERC did approve the Morongo Transmission LLC participation regarding the SoCal Edison Devers project. There's the Moapa utility scale solar development in Nevada, which was sending electrons to California. You have multiple activities by Western Area Power Administration that have reached out to tribes on right-of-ways and easements for transmission lines. At Gila River, we have actively, over the decade that I served as our board chair, we actively worked with WAPA, have a great relationship with WAPA. WAPA has also, in the Upper Great Plains, has worked on a wind project with the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe, issuing an RFI to get solicitations for a wind project off-takers. So there's these models out there that exist, and if those could be incorporated into this geographic planning process for FERC, I think that would benefit not only tribes, but would enhance the stakeholder process. So thank you, and with that being said, I conclude my opening statement. Thank you.
Well, thanks everybody for your opening remarks. Now I'll pass it off to my colleague, Michelle Veloso.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Veloso from the Office of Electric Reliability. Let's proceed with our next question. And this one dovetails off the first question. Are there best practices for identifying geographic zones? And how can the process for identifying zones be coordinated with or inform the modeling of long-term future scenarios to build transmission for anticipated future generations? So for this question, David, why don't we start with you, and then after that, if panelists would like to raise their hand if they would like to respond. Thanks.
Sure. Great question, and I think that gives a lot of fodder for thought. Let me start by saying that the identification of zones is the easy part. We have tools at NREL and at the other national labs that provide great resources for any transmission provider, any load-serving entity, any state to look at geographic zones and sort of determine, first of all, where do you have the best bang for the buck? Where do you have the highest capacity factors? Taking into account all of the areas that are off limits for development or are going to be unusually difficult to develop. So these screening tools already exist and are there to help in identifying the geographic zones. The key, as I said before, is linking those zones to a source of demand that is that has some commercial weight to it, some commercial interest in development, because you need to have some goal, some numbers, something to calibrate the size of the zones and the number of the zones that you're developing. In Texas, not all of the initial zones were approved for finalization in the CREZ process. There simply weren't sufficient demonstrations of commercial interest to keep them on the table. So in thinking through the best practices for identifying the zones, it's very important to include some commercial screening to identify which ones have the highest level of interest.
Thank you. Debbie, would you like to respond to that?
Sure. As David said, there's well-established practice at NREL and by private companies that do this kind of work to look at resource data and then lots of physical and infrastructure and other criteria to do that zone development activity. And a lot of that I noticed was in the written record already. There was a couple other things, though, that I didn't see that I thought might be useful to add. One is to consider complementarity of multiple resources within a zone. So wind and solar could be complementary, and that could allow you to build smaller amounts of transmission with higher utilization of that transmission and deliver the same megawatt hours. A second note is that least costs of delivered electricity might not be the metric that you're going to go for in the future. So right now, that's what we're all looking at. But in the future, we might want to look at a combination of the capacity value and the energy value and try and get a hold of some of that diversity in different zones, because that's going to become more important in the future if we have more weather-dependent resources. And then the final comment I wanted to make was around siting constraints. So NREL did a great study looking at onshore wind potential in the U.S., 15 terawatts of onshore wind potential if we have relaxed siting constraints. But if we have stringent siting constraints, that drops significantly to about 2 terawatts. And that also changes the zones, where the zones are. It drives the zones further from existing transmission. If you talk to developers, I spoke to a large developer who's looked up in the Northeast, analyzed New York and the Northeast, found that this single factor of land availability would prohibit the kind of development that states want to meet their clean energy targets, because a large contiguous areas of buildable land near transmission has already been tapped, and we need large-scale transmission to unlock new ones. Thanks.
Thank you. Al, would you like to respond?
Yeah, thank you. I totally agree with David and Deborah on this, but I got a couple other things I want to add to this. I think when you look at the identification zones and how we determine those, I think what's missing is the engagement of the national labs and the planning authorities to come together and work on identifying the potential amount of wind, solar, and other things in different areas. And also, in some fashion, the generator developer and transmission experts and the state, they all need to be involved in all these type of discussions. One of the things that I'm going to look at here is when we identify these zones, not every zone is equal. So I will be looking forward to seeing some kind of a ranking methodology to these zones as we try to combine them. And this ranking methodology should look into if the demand needed for that renewable zone is close by or has some parameters to it. I want to be able to see the demand or the market, look at these zones and identify which zones are more attractive, which will provide me the least cost to the ratepayers. So I think that's important to put in the mix here. The other thing is in the polar vortex, if you guys remember, we didn't have, like if we had, like what Deborah said, multiple resource zones are very important at that time, because some type of resource may not operate during those natural emergency conditions, where I think we need to pay attention a lot more to those zones that have multiple resources, because during those events they prove to be very, very helpful and maybe strengthen the transmission connection to those zones. But anyway, that's kind of what I'm looking at to add to what David and Deborah mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Antoine?
Oh, thank you. Yes, I agree with the responses that I heard. There's just a couple things I wanted to touch on and add, I guess, additional perspective. One was the comment that David mentioned just on the importance of identifying the demand, or again, getting back to the end-use customers. I think that the value and the benefit that could be gained from, taking advantage of some of these high impact renewable energy areas could have on customers is undeniable. I think the challenge that we typically see is how those benefits accrue to specific customers or specific sets of customers. And then ultimately how those customers participate in the allocation of the cost of transmission that's directly related to that opportunity that's there. To address that, I do think there should be consideration around state, local, corporate renewable goals. and maybe even federal type goals, so that people can understand better who is looking to take advantage of that energy, and then being able to also identify some of the challenges around environmental factors. A big challenge these days is environmental feasibility and line routing capability. All of these are considerations that I think would need to be taken into account when trying to identify these geographic zones and whether or not they can provide the true value that's anticipated just by looking at wind or solar potential.
Thank you. Neil?
Thank you. Yes, in California, I'd say we're in a slightly different situation where there's certainly lots of information, both publicly available as well as more structured and developed through the state agencies around areas of potential renewable generation development and other forms of generation. On the other hand, for us, the challenge is more about shaping a plan for how quickly this is procured and developed, because our queue is overheated with competition. These are projects that could move forward. It depends on who gets contracts. So the queue is overheated from that perspective. It's almost a distraction given the huge volumes. But then we can't wait for contracts either, because that's too late. So we're in that middle ground of needing to develop actionable transmission plans based around a coordinated development plan for these resources, and then factoring in and trying to shape the procurement activities so that resources that the transmission is moving forward that can accommodate are the ones that actually get contracts and move forward. So we've got kind of a two-edged sword there on needing to have an actionable plan that comes up the middle between waiting for contracts and the overheated queue. I think our other challenges when it comes to the interregional coordination with our neighbors, some of our neighbors are moving forward at different paces around developing their own potential renewable generation requirements. The sooner that evolves, the sooner it's easier to coordinate and collaborate with them about potential opportunities for common use facilities and so forth. So that's something else we're actively engaged in. But I don't think there's any real problem with identifying renewable generation zones or areas. I think for us that's pretty much a pretty common practice here now. Thank you.
Thank you. In the interest of time, we're gonna skip to question 4, and this tees it up very nicely. Does the generator interconnection queue provide a guide to identify geographic zones where transmission facilities will be needed to integrate anticipated future generation? Or should geographic zones be identified based on other factors like the quality of the renewable resource or open solicitations to gauge interest from generation developers? So if Jeff, would you like to answer that question?
Yes, sure will. Thank you. So just to build off a little bit of what Neil said on the last one and the queue, so to speak, certainly the generation interconnection queue has been valuable. I think there's certainly room for improvement as we move forward. As he said, here in the West, we have an overheated queue, so to speak. We have, I think an example was given earlier today, 2,000 megawatts for a 200 megawatt load. And so part of the challenge that we see, even with the renewable zones, which we certainly support as those come online or are implemented, is that balancing between the demand and supply side of the house. As far as the queue goes, it's a way to quantify them and capture the amount that we have for the demand. The challenge, of course, certainly is first in, first out versus first ready, which has a negative impact occasionally of who is first ready to build versus someone who is just sitting in the queue and causing a congestion, so to speak, when you have such a stack of developers sitting there. So it certainly is a tool. There has to be, I think, additional information and tools that would be applied to this, such as existing facilities, favorable construction conditions, certainly landowners, good resource locations, etc., that should come into play as we work on this. So thank you.
Thank you. David, What would you like to contribute?
Yeah, a couple of points. This is a very interesting question because what we've observed time and time again is that renewable development follows transmission. It doesn't really lead transmission. And that suggests that there may be limited value to what's in the interconnection queue about figuring out where the zones should be and where the transmission should go. Now, I think the queue can provide some very valuable information with respect to the existence of pent-up demand for additional renewable resources. If you do have a flooding in the queue, and if the projects that are in the queue are sort of loading up available transmission that might not be at the best wind or solar locations, that could tell you something about the demand that's underlying that. But if you really want to get the most productive resource investments, the transmission might need to go to areas that it does not exist before. So, for example, in Texas, prior to CREZ development, there was really very little wind development in the Texas Panhandle area because it's outside of the ERCOT region. The CREZ development plan included a number of lines going into the Panhandle area. This resulted in a number of projects being developed that right now we're seeing like 45%, in some cases maybe 50% capacity factors, very, very productive areas that otherwise would not have shown up in the ERCOT interconnection queue before the CREZ process. So I think to echo the previous comments, yes, the interconnection queue is a data point, but be cautious about excluding other data points that might provide additional information about opportunities that just aren't showing up in the interconnection queue. Thank you.
Thank you. Debbie.
So the interconnection queue provides a guide to where developers think a relatively fast and cheap interconnection can be made, balanced against the cost of electricity at that location. And just to maybe enhance a little bit of what David just said, I spent the weekend looking at ERCOT solar growth. If you look at 2018 to 2019, most of the proposed projects are in western Texas, right? The solar capacity factor is 34%. That's unsubsidized, $32 per megawatt hour. But solar curtailment has been going up, and it's twice the percentage of wind curtailment. And solar only gets curtailed in Texas because of transmission. It's not like California where you have a system-wide oversupply in the middle of the day. And there's new generic transmission constraints that were introduced in 2020 that split the state into East and West Texas. And if you look at that monthly queue growth, the developers are all shifting from chasing the good resources in the West to now chasing the available transmission in the East because of these constraints. And Eastern Texas, solar capacity factor there is like 26%, which is like $52 per megawatt hour unsubsidized cost of energy. So you're paying $20 per megawatt hour more, and land costs more in the East as well. So this is really important to consider good resources and not just where developers are putting projects into the queue.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you, Debbie. I made a mistake. Neil, would you like to go next?
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of reiterate the earlier comment as well as what I heard from David, that to us the queue is another data point, but, and when I mentioned it's a distraction, people that enter our queue are entitled to these interconnection results that can be taking quite a bit of time from staff to develop, where we, putting it bluntly, we have 233,000 megawatts of resources in our queue right now. So when I say it's overheated, that is a distraction. But it is also a data point when we're looking at potential areas of development. If we think there's a good area, but there is zero commercial interest there, zero queue requests, then that's obviously raising a concern. But I think we're also not really anymore in the environment of planning a system and then looking for generation or vice versa. Now this has to be an integrated process. And it's for us, it's developed back and forth with the state agencies doing the resource planning on what are the transmission consequences of developing an area, and in helping that inform the interest in pursuing those projects to actually make that happen. So we don't see a transmission then resource or resource then transmission. This has to be developed as an integrated strategy to get the kind of transition we're talking about, given the amount of resources we need over a relatively short period of time.
Thank you. John?
Yes, I think I want to agree with something that David mentioned about the load following existing transmission. I definitely agree with that. I would offer, though, I guess a different perspective with respect to existing transmission. So tribes collectively across the country already host existing transmission, specifically, a BPA and WAPA infrastructure. And so it seems that the backbone of the Federal Power Administration is, or a significant amount is located on tribal land. So you have that. I think that in terms of, I guess, with respect to the queue and issues related to forecasting and planning, I think that, there should be some incentive or discussion of incentivizing repurposing some of the legacy fossil fleet that's associated with that existing transmission, incentivizing and leveraging those existing relationships with tribes, hosting that infrastructure, and then looking for clean energy build-outs. I think that's something that would resonate with tribes. I think that's something that tribes could collectively work on with FERC. And I understand there's a working group that has been developed for tribes at FERC. I don't know the details about that, but I would think that this is a discussion point that I think that could be brought up in terms of the queue and how those could play into different incentives for not only the developers, but also for tribes to participate in the project or the process.
Thank you. These responses have been really helpful. I will now turn it over to my colleague, John Reel, for the next question.
John muted.
Sorry, John, you're muted.
Here, I think maybe I'll take over for John on question 5, and hopefully we'll be able to circle back to him after addressing these audio issues. So the question we wanted to turn to was get a little bit more specific with certain resources. Sorry, hang on 1 second. So we wanted to ask if offshore wind interconnection raises specific challenges or opportunities with respect to identifying geographic zones, and if so, what are kind of those challenges and opportunities presented by that development? And kind of to go a little bit broader, are there specific considerations that public utility transmission providers should take into account when considering geographic zones that are located on federal land or in federal waters, such as wind energy areas? And Mr. Lewis, I also encourage you, if there are specific considerations or challenges or opportunities that relate to tribal lands, we'd love to hear about that as well. So I'm not sure if your hand is up from the last panel or if you wanted to respond to this question, but okay, we can.
Yeah, I could just generally respond. I think with respect to tribal land seems to always, or is often, more often than not, situated next to federal lands. BLM lands in the West are very valuable it seems, for a lot of solar and wind developers. So even if a project is not directly on tribal lands, is not directly impacting a tribe, there are indirect impacts that need to be discussed and considered, I think, in a collaborative effort. So I would just say that.
Great, thank you for kicking us off. Jeff, we'll go to you next.
Thank you. So I agree with John. I think from a Bonneville perspective, certainly we have worked extensively with federal and state and with the tribes as well. A prime example is the federal Columbia River power system and working across that for that a significant power source that we have and all the supporting transmission that's needed to supply that. Similar to the offshore wind, we're going to have those same considerations. I know in the Northwest, the system is predominantly built for load. So if, generating that amount of resource in that area, we will certainly have some challenges. It certainly brings a lot of opportunity to the table as well, but challenges of putting in the infrastructure that's needed to bring that supply to the load, as David and others have talked about several times, is that supply and demand location. So again, it's using it as a geographical zone is good. There's certainly high wind pockets along the northwest coast, as we all know, but those are some of the challenges. Also geographically, we have the Cascadia mountain range and the coastal mountain range along there to get across, which has significant impact as well. So there is transmission congestion. So even though the resource is ideal, there's certainly a lot of transmission considerations that need to be taken in place and studied as part of that, and it will require a lot of collaboration, as John indicated, across many different sectors. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that answer. Debbie, can we go to you next?
Sure, thanks. Offshore wind, I think, is the most important place to do this proactive transmission planning because it's got unique constraints. You've got limited places where you can lay the cables underwater. You've got limited landing spots onshore for the cables. And the Eastern Seaboard transmission infrastructure, where a lot of this is going to connect to, is some of the oldest grid in the country. So your landing spot isn't necessarily a good injection spot for the transmission system. And there's been a bunch of studies. Brattle did a couple for ISO New England. Brattle did for New York and New England. Studies showing $500 million and $1 billion savings. PJM recently did a study, and it looks like you could save several $1 billion there also if you do this kind of zone and proactive transmission planning. And also in the UK, National Grid, which is the RTO there, they just did a study finding also similarly proactive transmission to these zones would save them $8 billion. It also reduces impacts on the coastal communities. It reduces environmental impacts if we can do a zonal planned approach. Thanks.
Thank you. And then, David, I think it looks like you're the last comment that we have on this question. Please go ahead.
Sure, great. And I want to echo what Debbie and previous commenters have said. I want to tee up one additional opportunity that is emerging from zones for offshore wind. And that harkens back to something that Michelle Mannery mentioned this morning in her comments with respect to inter-regional transmission planning and coordination. The DOE has started a process basically looking at stakeholder engagement across both New England, PJM, New York, looking at what are the shared issues and how can these offshore zones off the Atlantic coast be addressed in a way that sort of increases the opportunities for all three of the RTOs. If you look at DOE's comments, that is something that is probably the biggest missing piece from future transmission planning is that inter-regional element. And I think what is known about offshore wind development off the Atlantic coast, with the importance of these resources to all three of these RTOs, I think that is going to offer a very great opportunity to sort of push the envelope on inter-regional transmission planning and looking at the costs and benefits and how they might be distributed across different regional planning areas. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I think we are going to try and go back and see if John's microphone is working. So please, John, go ahead. Hopefully we have this resolved. I think we're still having some issues, unfortunately. This has been a tech conference of technical difficulties, but we thank you all for bearing with us. So I wanted to move on to kind of, we've heard throughout the day a fair amount of discussion about, having the right stakeholder engagement process is really important to successful reforms here. So we wanted to move on to the next question that kind of gets to that topic. And so the question is, what role should public utility transmission providers, project developers, state commissions, and other stakeholders have in identifying geographic zones? What approaches can be used to identify geographic zones in multi-state transmission planning regions? How can differing state policies be considered when identifying geographic zones? For example, could each state or the public utility transmission providers within each state identify geographic zones within each state borders to collectively be used to effectively plan transmission on a regional basis? So that is a long question. Judy, I was wondering if we could start with you to kind of talk to what you see as the state role in these processes, especially given kind of those recent policies that have been passed in Virginia that you mentioned before.
Well, the states are always happy to have their interests and involvement in the planning process. That being said, there's staff and then there are commissions. If we're going to ultimately be called upon to judge the reasonableness and prudence of a particular site, we may not be the ones to actually have the pen in our hand in drawing the maps themselves. That being said, working through our staffs and our associations and through NARUC, coming up with criteria, I think is an appropriate place for influence.
Great, thank you. Does anybody else have comments kind of on, how to engage stakeholders to help identify geographic zones and control for some of the issues you all mentioned before? Neil, please go ahead.
Neil here. Yes, as I mentioned earlier, we depend very heavily on the coordination with the state agencies in developing that renewable generation, those zones, the amount of potential in the areas, and the basis for our transmission planning. So I think that's one area where, when I'm hearing concerns being expressed in other areas, that's where we would put in the plea for the flexibility to do what works for your area.
Great, thank you. Antoine, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, so in SPP, we have a regional state committee, which includes commissioners from the 14 states within our region who work together to help solve, I think, problems like this, or at least provide feedback into that process and collaborate and coordinate with the technical experts in those types of evaluations. I think that's a pretty good approach because it ensures at least that there is more of a regional perspective rather than an individual state or set of local entities. I think if you have a single state or a couple of states within a region really focused on developing zones to benefit regional load, you may have a solution that may not be quite as balanced throughout the entire region and the full collection of states. But I think if you have a construct that has a representation all throughout the region, that's a great opportunity to partner with those folks, collaborate, hear what some of the driving factors should be, and then work to find ways to incorporate that into a solution that I think works for the many.
Great, thank you very much. John, please go ahead.
Yes, I think with regard to how states and tribes would interact, it's a very slippery slope, and is in many cases adversarial, to say the least. So I guess the problem with the status of tribes in this process is that tribes typically view themselves as somewhere higher than states in terms of regulatory rulemaking, but under or equal to the federal government. And so there's that's the existing, I guess, construct right now. And so in terms of how states could move forward with planning with tribes, I think that's difficult. And I think if that was not difficult, you would see more tribes participate in state working groups, which typically leave tribes out. And so I think just kind of acknowledging that, not trying to, in a constructive criticism fashion, and not trying to rub anyone's nose in it. I just think that there needs to be maybe a stronger inclusion for tribes, because I think if FERC had a role here, FERC could have make more of a stronger consideration of tribal interests separate from states. And I think that it would be awkward and erroneous to put tribes and states together. They don't, you would naturally seem to group them that way, but they're not really in the same class. And so when you're considering transmission and generation projects that are, the lifetime of these are very, very long in terms of decades, those kind of considerations need to be into discussion.
Thank you very much. I think we will have one last comment from Al, and then try and get to the last question before we turn to the commissioner. So please go ahead, Al.
All right, thank you. So one of the things, when we collectively plan these renewable zones together and they cross states, just want to make sure I bring the attention that once we have a final plan, or actually during the planning process, I do believe a special attention should be paid to transmission customers inside renewable zones. Mainly what we would like to make sure that we avoid allocating unnecessary transmission costs for these customers who receive very little benefit from that plan. Again, also, one-size-fits-all transmission planning and cost allocation may not be effective when you start talking about multi-states and multi-zones that you combine them together. So we really need to be careful there and make sure that those zones that host that large amount of generation that intended to be exported, they don't end up paying the bill at the end of the day. They should pay only to what benefit they receive, and that's my point. I want to make sure it's not missed. Thank you.
Thank you all for those responses. So I think we're going to move on to the last agenda question, which gets to a little bit more specifics about how we implement these changes in terms of stating kind of the current processes that we see. So what, if any, aspects of the current regional transmission planning processes can be changed to better achieve the goal of planning with geographic zones? For example, are there impediments to using geographic zones under the current approach used by several public utility transmission providers to plan regional transmission facilities, which separately identifies transmission needs driven by reliability obligations, economic considerations, policy requirements? So I think we may start, if you are comfortable kind of answering current processes. I think, Antoine, maybe we'll start with you to get a RTO perspective to start with, and then we'll go through the hand raises.
Sure. So I will touch on what is typically the elephant in the room when we're talking about transmission development, and that is cost allocation. I really believe that in order to pursue this consideration for changes in the planning process, we really need to revisit the existing cost allocation mechanisms or approaches to coincide with this shift in policy. Not saying or suggesting that it would change, but I think at a minimum it would need to be revisited. Specifically, more analysis and work around the identification and assessment of benefits, and these benefits relative to the transmission that would be needed to support the geographic zones. As I mentioned before, and I have to keep saying it, the value is there. That's not debatable. The part that is always debated is whether or not the costs that are allocated associated with the transmission is equitable when you look at who is actually attaining the value. And so some of that could be just based upon the way the transmission is valued, and maybe that should be broadened to be able to paint that picture a little bit more clearly to address some of these equity concerns that are there when you're looking at doing this. At the end of the day, making this type of a decision does create some form of risk. That risk definitely can be hedged by doing more analysis to identify who ultimately is going to be the off-taker for this energy, making additional efforts to firm that up on the supply side and looking for commitments from parties who would participate within these zones as well. But there will always be some risk that remains, and cost allocation methodologies really need to balance the relative risk and benefits associated with the transmission expansion that would need to accompany these zones. And I think if we're able to do that successfully, I think the type of value that's expected to be attained from this could be achieved. But that's not an easy task. I think that really takes participation from everyone, whether they're transmission owners, transmission users, regulators, or others participating in that process to come up with a mutually agreeable solution to that challenge.
Thanks, Antoine. Next, we go to David and then Debbie.
Yes, I'd say if there was one issue that would need to be revisited in current planning process, I think we've got to find some way to knock down the silos between regions via transmission planning. When you identify geographic zones, particularly for renewable energy, the more you can achieve economies of scale, the more savings you're going to procure, and the bigger pool of value you will have to address the cost allocations that Antoine just mentioned. So finding ways to systematically get regions to integrate and work together in their planning to look at options and identify the best interregional options and compare those to their regional options, I think that's a key to future transmission planning.
Thank you very much. And then we have Debbie and Al. If I could ask if you could both try and keep it brief so that we have time to turn to the commissioners at the end. But please go ahead.
Sure. So I'll try to be quick. What we've talked about so much in this session is proactive transmission planning to address interconnection of resources. That's just one use case. Transmission can provide resource adequacy, resilience, reliability, economic benefits, and while siloing these make cost allocation easier, I think at the end of the day, ratepayers like me who end up footing the bill would prefer to have transmission planned holistically if we could save money. I'll also mention that in Australia's renewable energy zone process, they find that new large transmission projects that increase transfer capacity between major load centers often have synergies with renewable energy zone transmission. So new interconnectors between major cities often goes through or near lots of energy zones, and you can use that synergy to make a cheaper solution for all of us at the end of the day.
Thank you. Al, please go ahead. Sorry, I see we have additional hands, but I want to make sure we get to the commissioners, and hopefully we can circle back up to these last comments.
All right. Thank you. For me, I'll make it quick and short. We do need to build those plans, and also, like I said, we need to get better at identifying zones, those renewable zones, with misalignment of cost of transmission assets versus benefit received. I think that should be a focus. In SPP, we are trying to work on creating a cost allocation waiver to the highway byway for some of these zones. And I think that's a good solution for this problem in a bigger RTO. Thank you.
Thanks. Can we do very brief comments from John and Judy to close us out, and then we'll go to the commissioners?
I'll go ahead. Just a reminder that in many states we're issuing certificates of need, and we've talked around this a little bit, but when we're looking at benefits, and NARUC has some specific comments on what types of benefits should be realized and counted, but we need to bear in mind that, holistic planning will be of benefit if you're to showing need for transmission on the siting side.
Thank you very much. John, did you have a final comment?
Very quickly, I think it was brought up at the very beginning. I think the planning needs to be anticipatory. And so the only time tribes come into the conversation when a developer proposes a project and then transmission is contemplated, I think it needs to be more future looking. And so I just want to mention that.
Great, thank you very much. We'll now turn to kind of the commissioners we still have with us and try and give them some time for being very patient with all of us through this long day. So I think we have Commissioners Clements and Christie. Commissioner Clements, you want to go ahead? We have about a little under 20 minutes, so if you could try and do about 10 minutes, and we'll give Commissioner Christie last 10, that would be great.
Sure, happy to, and I just have one question. Thank you, it's really interesting. It is the end of a day, but it's really informative, especially those of you, Neil and David and Al, who've experienced these things, and the lessons learned from them provide helpful perspective. And Mr. Lewis, I just want to acknowledge the concerns you expressed about tribes and the relationship with FERC is something I've learned a little bit about in my short time here, and say that the chairman is certainly focused on that issue, and just to acknowledge that you're heard, at least here today. And my one question is, I guess maybe the flip side of the last question Michelle asked you, which is, should the zones focus only on the interconnection queue? It sounds like no, that's one input across what should be a robust consideration. What about the relationship to the scenario planning side? How do we think about how zones get formed relative to a, let's say, somewhat regular scenario planning process that a transmission planning region engages in? And how do we understand how that zone comes out of or feeds into that scenario planning process?
Well, I can take a shot at that. As I said, probably the biggest missing piece is the interregional piece and those interregional scenarios. Now, certainly interregional studies have been done, and I think they're very informative with sort of teeing up some of the general trade-offs between, for example, a DC overlay versus beefing up AC connections versus internal connections. And I think those scenarios are instructed to sort of tee up where the benefits might be. But I think that the next step is to really engage the transmission providers in conducting that planning specific to their regional circumstances. I think that's really kind of important to the next step, because we have to take into account the regional differences, but it's sort of a common set of questions that we need to ask in order to make sure we're getting the
maximum value.
It looks like you prompted some hands. So could we go to Jeff and then Debbie, please?
Yeah, I'll make this quick. I certainly agree with David. I think the step that we've seen in the Northwest is we've migrated from 2 regional planning organizations to 1 out here, and it covers multi-states, both jurisdictional and non-jurisdictional, and has many of those inter-regional issues that has taken into account. So certainly that's a tool that we think is applicable here to help starting to address this, certainly working with the labs and the local utilities and such, but having that broad multi-state, multi-utility type of footprint has been ideal. Thank you.
Thanks. Debbie, please go ahead.
Sure, thanks. So I think you analyze what your demand is and what kind of demand you have. If you have demand, say, for clean energy resources, and you look for those zones and identify those and look for transmission build-outs to those zones. And I think you could use a co-optimized generation and transmission, basically a capacity expansion type model to look at different futures and incorporating those zones and that transmission into those different futures and co-optimize to see where you might get the least cost. And I think it's also important when you look at these different futures or these different scenarios that you not just look at what happens when you build the transmission, but also you look at different transmission scenarios and what happens if you don't build the transmission. So you look at both sides of the equation, both the potential to have a stranded investment as well as the potential to not have insurance for a high-cost event. So I think those are some of the things that are important.
Thank you. Al, can we go to you next and then Neil?
Yeah, thank you. I think Deborah hit on a lot of what I was going to say, but also I need to add that reliability is important, am I right? So if we think about the change that's happening in the desired market to receive the power from these zones, they do have certain reliability today. Let's say they could withstand N-1, N-1, or sometimes N-3. A lot of those zones actually have generation close to them. Now we're making a change in the future. Let's say the generation is going to be far away from these load centers. And I think it is important that we look at the reliability today, and if we start relying on faraway generation, are we having a better reliability in addition to the economics? This is a measure that is going under the radar, and I live in a renewable rich zone, and I know how much people east of me suffer because the power can't get there. We only focus on exporting, and then any N-1, N-2 on the EHV, my high voltage, lower voltage system get jammed, a lot of congestion, a lot of headache, and we see this a lot of the year. So I do think the reliability on the receiving end and the reliability on the sending end, these two things gotta be better than today. So economics aside, the reliability should be a main focus. Not only we could export power, the receiving, the sending, and the export all together, what is the optimized planning solution? That's what should be the answer for the plan. Thank you.
Thanks. It looks like we have a couple more responses. Could we go to Neil and then Antoine, please?
Thank you. First, I just wanted to add our view that the scenario planning is critical. It's very important. It helps you understand your risk, but at the end of the day, it won't eliminate it. That ultimately decisions have to be made, and we have to move on some of these transmission developments in order to access the resources that we need. If we only restrict ourselves to the common elements that are required, no matter what scenario plays out in the future, we know we'll come up short. So the scenario analysis is critical for understanding your risks and looking for benefits and trade-offs, but at the end of the day, I don't think it can completely eliminate it. And the only other comment I just wanted to layer in was that we do our analysis across our whole system looking at reliability, then overlaying policy requirements, and then looking for additional economic opportunities. When I hear the comment about siloing, that's always a concern for us because when we have a project that's approved for, I'll say, economic reasons at the end of the day, it's very likely that that project is also serving reliability and policy needs as well. So it's sometimes I hear the siloing taking those terms just a little too simplistically to imply that a project is only meeting one requirement just because of where it was finally approved inside that layered analysis approach. So thank you for the chance to comment.
Thanks. Anton, please close us out on this question.
Okay, I'll be very brief because I think Neil touched on some of the comments that I was going to make as it relates to scenarios, which I think are a great tool to help understand how sensitive some of the decisions that are being made out of the planning process may be to certain assumptions. I think in the situation or scenarios having these geographic zones where we're going to forecast different levels of generation within those zones, once you have an opportunity to look at different scenarios that may have more or less or different types of drivers, whether they're on the load side or the generation side, once you get that information, it gives you a bit more of a look to say how well those transmission solutions may hold up to those different circumstances, or if you may need to revisit those solutions because they are just far too sensitive to one or two assumptions that may not have the type of quality profile that you would like to see from a risk management perspective. So I think combining the scenario analysis and maybe even some sensitivity analysis where we're able to change up the amounts, levels, location of the generation will provide a lot of insight into the type of risk that consumers and suppliers may be taking as we're evaluating those geographic zones.
And did you have one final thing to add on this? Sorry, I think you're still muted.
Thank you. As we're talking about reliability, I think it holds true for all of us. Reliability is job one. And as we're going through this transition, we must maintain reliability. And, my understanding is in looking at this, we need to not be looking at our peaks necessarily, but at our net peaks and making sure we can meet those and that all our resources complement each other. And so just wanted to throw that out there. I think it's understood, and I think we're all saying it in a slightly different way. But as we're doing our planning, we need to make sure that we're able to meet the net peak and have resources to complement our variable resources. Thank you.
Thanks, that's for me, Tim.
Okay, great. Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Christie, do you have any questions you'd like to ask the panelists in the last kind of 7 or 8 minutes we have here? Commissioner, we're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. Still not coming through on our end. We could have IT quickly follow up with you to try and resolve this. We do have a little bit extra time here on this panel that we had reserved for closing remarks at the end, so we'll try and get someone to follow up with you quickly to resolve this. Commissioner Clements, did you have any additional questions that you wanted to get to, or a quick one while we try and follow up with to solve Commissioner Christie's issues, or do we want to? We'd be happy to pose a question even if we don't have another.
You're welcome to pose a question. Thanks.
Okay. Michelle or John, I'll start in case you had any follow-ups that you would start with you in case there were anything you wanted to add. Okay. I think generally I'd like to kind of. Sorry. Go ahead, Michelle.
Well, I just wanted to note that we left out a question that I really was curious about with respect to, let's see, geographic-based forecasts of future renewable generation development that some transmission providers are doing now? And could that type of forecasting be used in regional transmission planning to identify geographic zones? If anybody would like to respond to that, you can just raise your hand.
Sure, I can give a quick response. Actually, the geographic analysis that NREL does, we routinely include geographic specific resource potential for wind, for solar. So I mean, obviously that varies geographically, but I think the point is that is a very tractable question, and the labs have numerous tools to help provide forecasts not only for historical years but for typical meteorological years and on different types of conditions and different types of contingencies.
Thank you, David. And Judy, your hand is up, but I'm not sure you wanted to respond to this question.
No, thanks. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I don't see any other interest in responding to this one.
Okay, Michelle, I think we're going to try and give it 1 or 2 more minutes to see if we can, or Commissioner Christie, have you been able to get in touch with IT? Do you want to try again, or we may still be working on that? It seems like we still may not be able to hear you. Unfortunately, if you may want to try calling in on a phone line, and we can try and circle back to kind of open this up a little bit more broadly. Does anybody have any kind of final closing remarks based on the conversation that you've heard earlier today? Any points that you think the Commission should take into special consideration as we consider reforms relating to planning based on geographic zones? John, please go ahead and start us off.
Yes, I would just mention, I guess, a few things that to reiterate. Tribes have often been left out of the process. So just taking that in mind, I think in terms of all the different considerations that the process has to bring in with all the different types of stakeholders. Tribes are a very small piece of that, really. But in terms of generation and transmission, our land is very valuable, and so in terms of load on tribal communities, very small, but the capacity or the ability to provide transmission and generation in the West is pretty significant. So I think that needs to be talked about. I think tribes in general, they do face hurdles entering the energy market. And so there's a physical hurdle, which is sometimes transmission too. So to access that, there's an extra layer of federal regulatory federal regulations that tribes need to overcome that other parties don't have to consider. Private developers, sometimes states and other entities. So tribes do have this extra layer of hurdles to overcome, and so that needs to be accepted as fact. I also think that routing, it was mentioned earlier, routing and siting for transmission, that's very important. I do want to, I definitely don't speak for all tribes, but I would say that there are many tribes that they do want to participate in the energy market, if not directly as a generator. They want to participate for hosting transmission capabilities and capacity that will enable and will positively impact the different regional systems. So if reliability is always is a big issue, and we can contribute to that, tribes, I think there are a number of tribes out there in the West that would want to contribute in a meaningful way. And then just to finally reiterate, I think if there's a real meaningful engagement on the part of that FERC can host and help promote, then I think there's going to be some collaboration. NREL has always been a partner for tribes. Western Area Power Administration has always been a partner with tribes. Bonneville Power Administration, I work with them on behalf of tribes. They've always been very helpful to tribes, and I think that FERC can also can join in with that partnership. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're going to try and go back to Commissioner Christie, who I think may have just joined by phone. If you can hear Commissioner Christie, please go ahead. Hang on, try. We still. Oh.
How's that?
Perfect.
Okay. Ought to go buy lottery tickets. Lucky day. Let me ask this. I want to ask Antoine Lucas from SPP and Neil Miller from the Cal ISO. I know SPP has got some work going on queue reform and several issues that you're trying to work around, some of the problems you've been having in the queues. Can you tell us what those are? And I know, Neil, we've talked before this about you all already have pioneered in the clustering and the cost sharing idea. So let me ask both the representatives from the RTO and ISO on here today. So, Mr. Lucas, why don't you tell us about what you were doing in SPP first, okay?
Okay, so what SPP has taken on, I think, with its members is to try and address the general interconnection queue. I think that's the question you're asking, right?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, so our approach is really based upon increasing some of the commitment costs associated with participation in the generator interconnection queue as part of it. So it essentially it's essentially trying to perform more screening of these generator interconnection requests to identify those that are more solid or ready for construction. I think throughout the day I've heard a number of comments about that today. And the way we're trying to do that is increasing some of the financial commitments associated with remaining in the queue once developers receive the potential costs associated with their projects moving forward. It also focuses on a number of other measures that we're taking from a technology standpoint and changes in modeling approaches to shorten the time that it takes to be able to conduct the studies as well. But the primary focus of it really is intended to have those developers put a bit more stake in the game to identify or signal that their projects are shovel ready and are not speculative in nature like some of the requests that we see that generate restudies in our clusters.
Would you know when you'll be filing anything at FERC? Because one of the issues I've asked about today is whether we need to move forward right away on a NOPR or whether you all are, the RTOs are going to come in fairly soon anyway, and whether we don't want to get in the way, but we don't want to sit back and do nothing and wait for something that maybe is way off in the future. So what is can you tell us your time frame? Can you share that, or is that too indefinite right now?
Well, we've actually already made the filing just recently.
Okay.
The question, I think I heard you ask some of the other RTOs earlier.
Right.
The proposal that we have is really based on a number of agreements that resulted from between SPP and its developers, whether they're purely merchant developers or they're load-serving entities as well. And I think a lot of the compromises associated with that filing were based in large degree on how certain aspects of the processes work today. I think to the extent that those things are changed, that may impact, I think, the basis of some of those agreements on the compromise proposal that we filed. And so I think from the SPP perspective, we really like to have an opportunity to see what we can do with the agreements that we've negotiated among our stakeholders and those most impacted by the queue before having a major or significant change that that may impact the integrity of that proposal. So similar to PJM, we'd like to get an opportunity to execute the proposal, if approved, that we filed before any major changes in policy overall are implemented.
Well, if you filed a 205, we probably shouldn't talk about it. So I'm waiting on a lawyer to jump in. But anyway, thank you very much. And let's go to Mr. Miller, Neil Miller.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Christie. So, yes, our interconnection process using the cluster study process and upfront funding but refundable costs to generators had been serving us fairly well. But where things went a bit sideways for us this last year was that a combination of a bit of a perfect storm with a lot of pent-up development interest, as well as resurgence in procurement activities from a number of our load-serving entities, prompted a pretty big bow wave of new applications last spring, over 360 projects, and where we're now sitting, like I said earlier, at over 230,000 megawatts of resources in our queue. Now, the earlier queued projects are able to move forward, so we're able to connect thousands of megawatts of resources that have been working their way through, but now we have this bow wave of later queued projects also clamoring for service. And what we're looking at is, and a huge amount of that increase was from energy storage. So we're really having to revisit if what it takes to get into the queue and stay in the queue, if those metrics are, those requirements need to be elevated to make it a bit more challenging so that only the projects that are more serious remain in the queue. And also looking at some of the longer term interests around, is there a better way to integrate some of our interconnection planning with the transmission planning activities underway? So we have a stakeholder process underway right now that's broken up. We kicked it off at once, but we're looking at two phases. One, trying to address our more immediate needs, where we would be ideally probably in a position by next summer to file something. But then the longer process would take a bit longer. That there we'd be looking more towards year end of 2022. And there we have raised a pretty broad range of issues. Just because we raised them didn't necessarily mean we would support them, but we knew that these issues were percolating around. So we thought it was better to frame them and get the discussion started. And that includes issues like moving from our current queue approach to something that's more on the first ready to move. But we'll also see what other ideas our stakeholders bring up as we go through the process.
Okay, thank you. I want to go to Commissioner Yagman, who is president of NARUC, and I want to ask her about NARUC's comment, which included numerous suggestions on queue reform, and I think those are important for people to pay attention to because, you know, state commissioners are in every RTO, every ISO, so they reflect the expertise that comes from being in all the RTOs and ISOs. So, Judy, what did NARUC have to say about some of the issues there on this queue reform?
Well, I think in large measure, a lot of the things we're hearing today, I think we're interested in reform that allows for those that are I guess more firm in their ability to go forward, making sure that they are in the queue sooner, that they get priority because they're closer to actually being able to go forward. And we're interested in studying these clusters. And in doing that, the real issue is going to be, or one that I remember in reading those comments, was who's going to pay, because you're talking about a little bit about projected need, future need, which is a little bit of a different look than we have historically done. So I'll be interested in reading and looking at some of the other areas they've already looked at these issues. So how far in advance do you go? And who pays what when, and is there some reimbursement for later comers, that type of thing. So in general, it's the same issue of cost and who pays and when, and the states that don't have an RPS, they, of course, voiced concern about paying for transmission that they do not in their V&E. So there's a mix of it all in there. I hope that's helpful.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, well, thanks. I will turn it back to David. Or Tim, I'm sorry. I don't know who's moderating at this point. So
no worries. I'm about to hand off myself. Thanks, Commissioner Christie, and thanks for bearing with us through those technical issues. That's the end of our time for panel 3. Just want to thank everybody, all of our panelists again for your participation. We really appreciate all of your comments that you provided us with this afternoon. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dave Borden to close out the conference.
Thank you, Tim. I just wanted to turn to the commissioners to see if there were any closing remarks that they'd like to make. First to Commissioner Clements.
Just a thank you, David, to you all on staff for putting together a good day, and to the panelists, especially on this third panel, for hanging in there and remaining thoughtful and focused at the end of the day. So thanks so much.
And to Commissioner Christie.
Yeah, I want to thank all the speakers. Everybody did a lot of work to get ready for this, obviously, and staff did a lot of work to get ready for this. So I think it's been very, very informative. Obviously, in a NOPR of the scope of the one we put out last summer, we couldn't possibly cover all the issues. We did, as Judge Ogden mentioned there at the end, we didn't really get into cost allocation, and that's always going to be, a threshold question of who pays and how much. So maybe we'll do another one on that. But this was very informative, and I want to compliment everybody who participated and everybody who worked hard to put this together. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Clements and Commissioner Christie. Was there? I didn't mean to cut someone off. I'm just going to pause just for a second. Okay. Well, we're at the end of the conference. I'd like to thank all of the panelists for their participation and for sharing your insights. It was an excellent discussion. I'd also like to thank the FERC team that put this conference together. And that team includes David Tabankin, Ricardo Charles, Tim Bielecki, Lena Nayak, Han Long, Matt Butner, Baram Barazesh, Michelle Veloso, John Reel, Michael Higgins, Patrick Metz, Louis Taylor, Tristan Kessler, Myra Sinnott, Michael Hill, Greg Price, Rebecca Wittes, Chris Gore, Noah Lichtenstein, Catherine Scott, Michael Kellerman, Adam Pan, Lonnie Silva, Michael Shibben, and Jason Perkins. Finally, please note that the Commission will solicit post-conference comments. We will issue a notice in the future that contains details on this process, and all stakeholders are encouraged to share their views with the Commission on this important topic. That concludes this technical conference. Thank you.